May I have your attention? Please welcome TechCrunch senior writer Roman Delay, Gene Berdichevsky, co-founder and CEO of Sila, and Aaron Price Wright, partner, Index Ventures.
All right, thank you, all of you, for coming. If you want to move to the front row, you can move. There's not a lot of you here, so don't be shy. You can move to the front row. And if you have questions for Erin and Gene, there's a QR code that you can probably see on the screen right here. Scan this with your phone, and then you can ask your own questions. I have a phone here, so I can see your questions and ask them to Erin and Gene. Maybe some of you were upstairs at the TechCrunch Plus stage at your session that you were just finishing maybe 10 minutes ago, something like that. And we've got a few questions from there, so you can ask questions right now, but I'm going to start with some questions that we got earlier. So there's one question for Gene, for instance. How do you know it's the right time to raise from corporate investors like Daimler? Do you lose some autonomy by taking on strategic investments?
Yeah, that's a very important question to ask as a founder. In general, it's never the right time to raise from a strategic investor because in general, you always lose some amount of autonomy. And I think it's really easy to underestimate the option value of being able to do whatever you want in the future. Especially when you're small and you're hoping to get big, you underestimate how important it is when you're bigger to have the freedom to tack left or right. The other thing I think you usually underestimate is how much big corporate strategies change. And so whoever's making that investment at the time, is likely gone by the time you're having to pivot. So in general, I advise people against it unless the strategic is going to let you have the autonomy you need, and that depends on the deal, and they better write a very, very big check. And in the case of Mercedes, they led our $200 million financing that we closed in early 2019, but that was in 2018 when frankly nobody else cared. Yeah. And the structure of it allows them to be first to market with our technology, and they will be, but it doesn't prevent us from working with anyone else. And we'll have other customers.
And have you seen any change since that?
So we were incredibly fortunate. I handed the term sheet to the head of development for all cars at Mercedes. We signed that term sheet 20 days later, and in that span, the CEO of Mercedes stepped down and our sponsor became the CEO. And so I have not seen any strategic change, but in part because we got to a very fortunate position where basically we were the CEO's first investment.
Yeah, maybe I should have started with a short introduction with the two of you, what you do. Maybe you can talk about Sila for
Sure, yeah. So we're a battery technology company. We make kind of the next generation chemistry that will go into lithium-ion batteries that power everything from consumer devices to cars. Our technology allows the battery to store a lot more energy in a smaller volume, and that's critical for small devices. You can imagine it's also very valuable for cars because you can reduce the physical size of your battery pack, increase the performance of the vehicle, and by using fewer cells to achieve the same range, the battery pack gets cheaper.
Yeah. And Erin at Index Ventures, what do you do?
Yes, I'm a partner at Index Ventures, focusing mostly on AI, infra, and harder tech. Index Ventures is a global multi-stage venture capital fund, so we invest in founders all the way from Series Seed, very early stage, a couple people in their garage, through to kind of larger pre-IPO growth companies. So, $1 to $100 million.
And can you mention some of your investments?
Yes, absolutely. So one of the ones we're very excited about right now is Figma. We led their seed round, did every single round since participated. So that's a big moment for us. Also investors more relevant in this category to Aurora, self-driving cars, Covariant, AI-empowered robotics for supply chain manufacturing, Cohere, large language models, among others.
I had a question for you, Erin.
Yes.
So I can't find it.
Oh, maybe I'll make one additional point on the strategic question.
Yeah.
I think one thing to really keep in mind is, to be really careful about the terms you take in terms of things like information rights and sharing, and are they on your board, and how will that affect your relationship with other customers before you necessarily take a strategic angel check. So it's not usually just cash. What are the other strings attached that they want, and be really thoughtful about those.
Yeah, so I found the question again. Erin, how do you make sure long-term investments will be well-funded to ship something? Do you have to invest in multiple rounds over multiple years, just like in Figma, I guess?
Yes, sure. So it's generally Index's philosophy that we try to invest. That's why we have multiple funds for multiple stages. When I look at our growth fund, for example, which is kind of Series B to pre-IPO, more than half of our investments out of our growth fund are follow-ons from early stage. So we go in with the intention of doubling down on our winners and have deep pockets to be able to do that. And it's for deeper tech or harder tech companies, I think that could be a really valuable asset to make sure that you have an investor that can follow on and participate in later rounds, potentially if you need it. So I think that's a big consideration.
And I'd say like having a big checkbook, finding investors with really big checkbooks is a top 2 consideration from the founder perspective, doing hard tech things for a decade. There's going to be moments where some financing doesn't come together at the 11th hour. We've had those moments, and we were just so fortunate to have the investors we've had. And in retrospect, they got a great benefit out of it, out of those moments.
Were you looking at the size of the funds before accepting?
Beggars can't be choosers. I'd say in the first 7 years, we weren't necessarily so judgy. We just were very fortunate to end up with those kind of funds that could sort of back up the truck when needed.
Yeah, and I would definitely, as you're diligencing your investors, try to understand, look at the composition of their growth fund. And because there are a lot of investors that also have a growth fund, but they're operated independently, so they very rarely double down and follow on for big rounds. So there's a lot of intricacies around how venture capital funds are structured that I think a lot of founders, especially first-time founders, don't realize. So it's important to do your homework.
Yeah. So I have a 2-part question, which is pretty good. There's one part for each of you. How did you get an investor to write the first check? And what convinces you to write someone's first check? So each perspective.
I mean, I was very fortunate. I met our lead investor when I was at Tesla. He got to know me. I got to know him. I became an entrepreneur in residence at Sutter Hill Ventures, which certainly isn't a promise to invest, but it's a good indication that they're interested. And then I spent a year looking for a company that I was very excited about building. Or technology I was excited about building a company around, and using that firm as feedback of whether this was a good idea or not. And they have a 50-year track record of some of the highest returns in all of Silicon Valley. So their feedback was very useful to pinpointing a problem and an approach that would be highly investable. So I basically, you could say I spent a year figuring that problem out.
And this is good timing because I won't share who, but I just wrote the first check into a company this week. So. What was on my mind when I did that? They're 2, extremely talented researchers with a long track record of building kind of things that went from sort of research inception to production. The 2 founders have known each other for a long time and have a deep working relationship. So this wasn't a speed dating situation. Despite their depth of technical expertise, they have really strong kind of product and customer empathy. So even though this is going to take a pretty long time to build, they're thinking about the right primitives. They're not trying to move too fast. For example, with Figma, this is one thing that really stood out with Dylan early on. He took more than 4 years to commercialize the product. For a software company, that's a really long time. And so, but he had this long-term vision, strong product principles, and real technical depth. So that's the type of thing I tend to look for. And then coupled with a real change in the world, what are they capitalizing on? A rising tide, a big movement, a large change in our society, a large change in the way technology or software happens, and they just happen to have that perfect Venn diagram of those 3 skills, so I wrote their first check.
Nice. Another question, how should hard tech founders be thinking about raising dilutive funding in the very early stages of the journey during the tech validation phase? So I guess, how do you make sure you don't get too diluted?
I think there's two things. I mean, it depends on who you're raising the money from. Obviously, if you sort of give away 80% of your company before you ever got started, like, it makes it hard for the next investor to invest. But certainly as you're building a long time horizon company, one thing to remember is no company's ever died from dilution. Companies die from running out of cash. And so I think you just have to figure out what's your position, right? What are your alternatives? I think if there's no alternatives, like, great, like, raise a dilutive round and keep going, because you can true things up in the future. You can make sure the founders are taken care of, especially if you're raising from good people, and then the founders make sure the employees are taken care of. It trues up over time in some respects.
But can you stay motivated if there's been so many rounds that?
I think if you're doing, I think about it as I'd rather have a small piece of something insanely large and actually make an impact on the world. And I think that's what the motivation doesn't come from, the financial return. If I'm having to build some, forgive me, middleware, like, SaaS company that nobody but a few people, IT managers kind of care about, like, you're going to have to motivate me with a lot of money. If I have an opportunity to completely transform the world, doesn't matter if I end up with, 3% or 30% of the company. It honestly doesn't at the end of the day. Now, I care a lot more that my employees are taken care of. I care a lot more that I care about the people in the company, and so I'm going to push for not getting a dilutive financing because of the team, and certainly, I benefit from that as well. But I think if you're truly motivated by making an impact, like, that's not the thing that should. If you're thinking about that, you're in the wrong. Hard tech's not for you.
I don't know, though. Just to play devil's advocate for a second, I do think that you have to be careful about understanding what options you could be closing off later. If you're pre-Series A and you're already massively diluted, it definitely limits your options for investors later on, because it's something that we certainly look at. It's not like the be-all, end-all decision.
No, you don't want to have to make the next investor fix a problem, right? So I think there are market rates, and I think if you're getting started, like I said, giving away 80% of your company is a really bad idea, because you're not going to get Aaron to write the next check, right? Like, I don't know, you're Series A, so what do you look for? Like, if investors have over.
There's no hard and fast rule, I'd say, but it's definitely something. Yeah,
if they have more than 30%.
Yeah. Pick a number. Right. But I think that being really, if you do have to take a dilutive early stage. First of all, especially for harder tech or deeper tech companies, there are a lot of alternative sources of capital to help bridge gaps here and there. There are grants, university funding, government things. There's a lot of programs that I think founders should be taking advantage of. Tax incentives. The other thing is, if you are going to take a dilutive round, be really careful what the terms of the round are, and make sure that you're protected for future rounds. So sometimes, especially across Europe for university spinouts, for example, there can be really, really punitive terms from raising capital from certain types of venture funds. And that makes it very hard for investors to come in later on. So I would have, there are founders that I know that I would have told them earlier stage to take a more dilutive round from a higher quality investor that wasn't going to screw them later with the terms in the term sheet than what might have looked like a friendlier round early on that had a lot of strings attached.
And I think partly because great investors, right, they have choice in where they put their money. And so, like, while they want to make an impact, the last thing they want is to have, to have brain damage from dealing with some prior investor that's already turned the cap table upside down. So I think quality over.
Yeah. If you're going to take a dilutive round, take it from a good investor that's going to work for you and that's not going to hurt you later on.
And that others will follow, because then, like, they can help. Like, that's much more important.
Erin, a question for you. What is your strategy to identify white spaces and source such cool deals in general?
Really good question. So I don't know if I have one particular strategy, or we certainly don't have one strategy as a fund. I would say like two things that we do a lot, especially in the kind of deeper tech space. I read a lot. Like I spend, hours a week reading and just trying to keep up with the areas that I'm interested in. What is the latest research? Who's doing that research? What are the conferences are happening that in this space? Like what's coming out? And people are pretty receptive to cold outbound if you're not trying to talk about funding, but you actually want to talk about what they're working on, to just understand what's going on. And that means that when you see a company in this area, you're informed, you have a clear thesis, you've thought about it, you're not coming up from nothing, and it helps build a relationship with the founder a lot more quickly. That's one thing. And then the second thing is, a lot of our investments in this space do come from introductions from other people. So, the CEO of Aurora introduces us to someone he knows that he thinks is really smart. So using that, our founder network and our operator network actually really helps us find things before they're really even things. Those would be my two.
Question for Jean. How did you go about that year of finding the tech around which you wanted to build the company? What gave you the conviction?
How do I find the technology? Like I said, I spent a year doing it. I probably looked at 50 different ideas. I'd say a dozen I dug in deeply. 2 that I almost started. 1 I actually committed to start and backed out of doing the next day because it was, the wrong thing.
Always sleep on it.
Yeah, after I exactly. What for me, being very technical, it was not hard to sort of wrap my head around like why technically something might work or not work or what I could solve, but not having that sort of business lens. I basically spent that year coming into the partners' offices at Sutter Hill and saying, look, I got these ideas and they're great because of this, and they'd say, that one sucks, that one sucks, that one's mediocre, that one sucks, that one's okay. It's like, okay, why, right? And we would unpack each one and I'd be like, you're wrong about this one, and I'd go back and get more data, et cetera. And so what ultimately I learned is that the lens that you look at, from the venture side of why something is or isn't a good investment, and in particular, every venture investor's lens is different, but what I looked for is an idea that was technically so insanely hard that very few people in the world would solve it, but from a business go-to-market standpoint, if you solve it, it would be easy to adopt and easy to deploy. And so that's the type of problem that I'm best suited to solve, because I can rally an insanely great technical team, and I'm still learning a lot about go-to-market and getting that right. But turns out, like, if you ask people, do you want a better battery in your car? They go, yeah, I do. So I think the business lens was actually the more important part for me, and I think for a lot of technical co-founders, it should be the more important part.
So a very methodical approach. You think founders or wannabe founders, they should evaluate like a dozen ideas before committing to one?
Yeah, I think, the other thing I did, just to kind of back up even before, I was very lucky to be an EIR, but I actually saved all my money for the first sort of 4 years of working to where I could live for a year without working, ramen noodles and whatnot. But I kind of had this notion in my head that a lot of people try to start a company on their nights and weekends, and maybe that's a good idea. Sometimes you get lucky, but the reality is, I'm committing 10 plus years of my life, hopefully 20, 30 years to an idea. Like, you think about it that way, it's kind of insane not to spend a year figuring out what you're gonna do. And so, I basically had a piggy bank that I broke open and said, I'm gonna use every penny to find an idea for a year. And then, luckily I actually, got a spot and got a salary and didn't have to just eat ramen noodles.
Yeah, that's smart. All right, we have time for one more question for you, Erin. Do venture funds give grants with relaxed term sheets for promising projects that might take a while to commercialize? Can grants be an option? So how do venture funds?
I don't know any venture funds that give away grants. Maybe some do.
It's always capital for equity, right?
Yeah, usually it's capital for equity. Some funds will do like what Jean did and do an entrepreneur in residence. So if there's someone really talented, maybe they'll be able to spend some time thinking about and ideating on something before that there's a company to invest in. governments give grants, and there's also often, there's sometimes accelerators give grants.
There
there's other
are some
places.
amazing accelerators, right?
Yeah.
So Activate, which used to be called Cyclotron Road for hard tech founders. I mean, you get $500,000, 2 years, and access to all the facilities in like Berkeley National Labs to do science, plus a bunch of mentorship, right? So there are programs like that if you're looking for non-dilutive.
Yeah, I would consider non-traditional venture as the best bet for grants.
Yeah. So there you go. Well, thank you for coming here, asking nice questions, and we'll see you around at Disrupt. Thank you.
May I have your attention? Please welcome Chris Hewish, president of Xsolla.
Well, good morning, everybody. And this is my first TechCrunch, so thank you for being in the audience and supporting. Today, I want to talk with you about expanding your game, or even if it's not a video game, just expanding your product to new platforms. And somewhere there is there's the sign here, the presentation, but expanding to new platforms. So, when you make a video game or you make any product, you put a lot of time into making it, but you don't necessarily put a lot of time into figuring out how to distribute that. The number that I want you to think about in regards to distribution is 400%. And I'm going to come back to this number, but keep that number in mind as I go through the presentation. 400%. It's a big number and it is very meaningful. And I'll explain why as we go through this. So as I said, you probably put a lot of time into coming up with a great idea, building something, engineering it, developing it, making it just right, a lot of testing, but how much time do you actually put into thinking about how that product, in this case a game, how that video game actually gets to your audience or gets to your players? Well, I'll share a little bit about that. You're in your shop, you're tinkering, you're building, you're ready to go, you're ready to launch, and you probably just put it up onto a platform, a third-party platform, like the app stores or Steam, any of these third-party platforms. And from there, your players, they go to buy something and they go through a payment processor and they conduct a transaction. And then the players, hooray, they get your game or they get your, your content, whatever it is that you're distributing. Well, that's the current model, right? That's going through third-party platforms. But if you go direct to consumer, you cut out those platforms. And that is very meaningful. Not that you should go away from platforms, but it's a way to expand your audience. And it basically means that you can, gain a lot of benefits. So what are those benefits? Well, you're talking directly to your players. You're thinking about, okay, what kind of new things can we give them? And there's three main benefits. There's more revenue, there is more data, and there are more players that you can actually reach. You might not realize this, but when you go through a third-party platform like the App Store, you are unable to reach a pretty big audience of players out there that simply can't transact on your you can't transact on the platform. Companies like Activision, Electronic Arts, Ubisoft, all of these big companies, they know that. They go direct to consumer. They have their own platforms, and they're actually going directly to the players and generating a lot of revenue from that. And you might say, hey, Chris, these are big companies. I don't have the resources to do that, right? I'm not an Activision. I'm not an EA. I don't have the revenue that these companies have. Well, there are plenty of other companies just like you that are going to direct to consumer, and it doesn't take a ton of resources to do that. Aspire, Bad Fox Studios, Wildlife, We Made, these companies, even Munfish, these are all going direct to consumer. And they're doing that by working with companies like ourselves, and I'm not going to do a sales pitch here. There's plenty of companies out there that can help you go direct to consumer. And these companies are doing this, and they're doing it in addition to going through third-party platforms as a way to expand their business. Remember I said 400% earlier. Keep that in mind, right? There's a lot of revenue that can be made by going direct to consumer. If you're on the PC side of things, there's companies or games like the Elder Scrolls. What they're doing with their online stores, they're using it to share news with their players, to promote different events, things that are happening, new downloadable content. You have Total War Warhammer. They're also using this. They're doing their own kind of launcher, right, where they have all of the different games that the company is making that they're able to share with their players by going direct. And what do I mean? I should back up here a little bit. What do I mean by going direct? They create these online web presences, right? So they have a website, they have a launcher, they have something that allows them to communicate directly to their players and share all of these different updates. Here we have EVE Online, which I'm sure all of you know about, and they have been really at the forefront of going direct to consumer for many, many years. They're able to share different updates, different in-game events, things that are happening. And World of Tanks is another great example. They do different anniversary events, different bundles, different sales. So going direct to consumer, these are PC games, and you might be saying, well, that's great. Obviously on PC, you have a website, you're right there, you're at your PC. But mobile games also are going direct to consumer. And they're doing this as an expansion of their business model. So you have your mobile game through the App Store, and that's great, and you should obviously you have to do that. But you can actually get online as well with a web shop. And these web shops are great ways to connect directly with your players. You can do different things like expanding your payment methods. I said earlier that you're leaving a lot of, by not going direct to consumer, you're leaving a lot of players sort of untapped. And what I meant by that was there are players all around the world who actually aren't able to purchase things in an app store because the app stores, whether it's Apple or Google, may not offer local payment methods, right? They may not offer all of the different payment methods that these players are using. But if you have your own web presence, you can actually unlock all of that. We estimate it's about 40% of the players out there are unable to transact, and if you do a web shop, you can actually start engaging with them. In addition, you can offer bundles, unique items, you can offer discounts and promotions. Here you're seeing, 15% promotion for a bundle of items that the players may not be able to get otherwise. You can also offer higher price points, right? Which is something that's really powerful that leads to that 400% number that I mentioned earlier. And some of the best practices, I'll dive into those, but before I do this, the 400% number I mentioned, that is what we are actually seeing with companies that are using direct-to-consumer initiatives, whether it's a web shop or a web page. They are able to generate 400% more revenue per paying user by going direct. And that's because they've been able to offer bigger bundles, higher price points, direct communication. So I mentioned bundles, right? That this is what I was just talking about. You also have the opportunity to deliver personalized content. So if you go through a third-party platform, which is great for reach, right? These platforms have huge audiences, but you don't get all the data, right? You're not able to know exactly who your customer is. And by going direct, you get all the data, you get all of that information, and you can create personalized offers to your players based upon their transaction history, what they've engaged with before, and that all leads to higher revenue. Also, payment options. As I mentioned, with third-party platforms, they have sort of a limited amount of payment options. You might be surprised to know that there are hundreds of different ways to pay for things, pay for games, right? We work with over 700 different payment processors, whether it's credit cards or gift cards or whatever it might be, cash kiosks. There are all these ways that players can actually pay for things in your games. And by only going through a third-party platform, you're restricted, you're kind of limited on what you're able to do. But by going direct to consumer, you unlock all of this, and it generates a lot more revenue for you. You also, more players. So retargeting, one of the things you can do online is you can do retargeting. You can track, like if somebody is searching for a game or something online, you can serve an ad to them to bring them over to you. Interstitials are incredibly effective. You can actually serve up interstitials to these players when they're online, when they're searching for other things, and bring them over to your game. And then the most powerful thing is email and social. So you can use online forums, you can use emails to let players know about special events that are happening, to let them know about bundles, promotions, various things like that. And this all keeps people engaged, and you can then give them links to direct them straight to your online presence, and they can buy directly from you. And this, we have seen, is incredibly effective, right? It generates so much more revenue for you, and it's not just a margin type thing. This is actually higher price points, more engagement, more returns, people buy more often. If you are able to personalize your offerings, it really brings your players back to you. And then communication, right? So revenue, reach, communication. So the ability to work with influencers is something that you're unable to do effectively on third-party platforms. But if you're going direct to consumer, you can actually work with influencers. You can give them special links, special offers that they can give to their community, and that drives a lot of engagement, a lot of additional players into your ecosystem. On the community side of things, you can really start to get people that are brand advocates for you. You can reward players for sort of driving more engagement, driving more, just other users into your ecosystem. So going direct to consumer gives you the ability to have this dialogue, this sort of one-on-one relationship with your players and with your influencers. And you can then use that by giving them links, giving them special promotions, all of the things that I've just talked about. And that really drives more revenue, more engagement for your game. And it's kind of a short presentation, but that was really it. The whole idea, the 400% that I mentioned earlier. So we are seeing games that are making over $300 per paying user by going direct to consumer. They're seeing 2.5 visits per week to their sites. They're seeing much more engagement. And this is all because they've been able to craft personal messages. They've been able to go direct. And it's something that you should really be thinking about if you're going to be running a game or any kind of business actually online. So thank you. I appreciate your time. And that's it. So.
May I have your attention? Please welcome Sheena Allen, CEO and founder, Capway, Meta Agarwal, partner, Redpoint, Tomas Campos, CEO and co-founder of Spinwheel, and Roxanne Petraeus, CEO and co-founder, Athena.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. Today, we're going to spend some time talking about diversity in startups. So maybe to just start off with, I'll introduce myself and then let everyone else here introduce themselves. I'm Meta Agarwal. I'm a partner at Redpoint. I focus on early stage investing, primarily in fintech and consumer. Redpoint, more broadly, we're a multi-stage fund investing at the early and growth stages across fintech, healthcare, consumer, enterprise, et cetera. And I've been in venture and at Redpoint for 6 years, and before venture, I was actually a founder. I started 2 companies, both based in New York. So Sheena, maybe I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, hello. I'm Sheena Allen, founder and CEO of Capway. We are a fintech startup. We focus on building a financial hub of products and services all around creating financial access and opportunities.
I'm Tomas Campos. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Spinwheel. At Spinwheel, we're focused on improving financial outcomes through consumer debt. So we provide all the APIs and the no-code drop-in modules to make it easy to be able to connect, optimize, pay, and finance consumer debt, helping people save and make money.
And I'm Roxanne Petraeus, co-founder and CEO of Athena, and we're a modern compliance training platform. I was explaining it to these folks, and they both, their eyes rolled over when I said compliance, and we explained it to founders as compliance training that doesn't suck. So yeah, that's what we do.
Awesome. Well, maybe to start off with, a question that I've had that I'm really curious to get everyone's take on, and Roxanne, maybe we'll start with you, is how have you thought about investors in constructing your cap table to reflect kind of, broader society and tech?
Yeah, totally. I think that from our earliest days, so it's myself and my co-founder, and we really, we're an all-women founded team, and every year that really depressing stat comes out that it's between 2 and 3% of venture capital goes to teams that look like us. And so we thought it was really important for us to try to get a cap table that at least reflected ourselves and the team that we were building. And I think that the key takeaway that we had is if you're intentional about it, and in the same way that you build your business with metrics and goals and kind of follow through with them, your cap table can look more diverse while still reflecting the reality that it's just not a terribly diverse place. So for example, I'm an Army veteran, and so it was important for me to have some veterans on the cap table just because there's not a ton of us in tech. And we worked with some great organizations, like everything from operator collectives. I think they do an incredible job with people of color and women, bringing them into venture, and just brought in angel investors. And I think maybe one other kind of learning I had is that if you really open up your cap table to a broader group using angel investors and a roll-up vehicle, it's much more possible to get that diversity. I think we had something like 40% of our investors in our Series B were people of color and women. And the way we were able to do that was just really try to look for angel investors, great operators who maybe aren't this might be their first or second check, but to us that was really exciting.
Awesome. Can I ask you a follow-up question?
Totally.
Which is, did those folks come to you, or did you have to make a concerted effort to?
Oh man, this is such a good one. I had this woman tell me, she's like, all my mediocre male MBA friends get asked to angel invest, and no one asked me to angel invest. And I was like, that's so interesting. And I realized even myself, I had this kind of unconscious bias that I would feel a little bit uncomfortable asking women to invest because I felt like I was taking money from them, and I had to kind of flip it and be like, I'm giving them an opportunity to make a lot of money. And so to your point, I had to be intentional about it and actually go ask folks, because I did find that, while not universally true, I would say that women, for example, were not forcing their way onto our cap table. They weren't doing some of the things that, again, and I'm speaking in really broad terms, but they weren't doing some of the things that men investors would do of let me talk to you about how much value I'm going to add, and you really need me. That wasn't the dynamic. And so we needed to be a little bit more persistent and say, we would love for you to join. We got rid of a minimum check size, things like that, to just kind of flip that narrative a little bit.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Sheena, Tomas, did you guys have a similar experience? I'm curious to hear.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I totally agree on the being intentional when you approach like angel investors. The other thing I would add to that is when we were, targeting our outreach for our first, term sheets and our first money in from professional money, we were really focused on kind of creating a matrix of, hey, here's the top VCs we would love to invest in our company. And as part of that, it was, hey, what are the ones that actually have values that are important to us, including, diversity and inclusion, because we really value that as part of our company. And so I think taking that intentionality all the way from like your angels all the way through like the professional VC money that's going to come in was really important for us as well.
And how did you evaluate that?
It was tough. I think some of it was, one, how do they present themselves? But then when we talked to them, really understanding. I remember asking one of our first VCs, I said, how important are these values to you? And his answer was like, it's everything. It's everything that this is about. And to me, that's what really mattered. And so it was a combination of, hey, what are they putting out there? But then when you engage with them and really talk to them, does that come through? Is that something that's really important for them?
Awesome.
Yeah, similar. When we first started raising super early, we definitely looked for diverse investors and people who, when they said they was investing in diversity or especially like Black women, they were doing it because they was actually passionate about it, not because they wanted to check a box. Mm-hmm. So that was super, super important. So one of our very first investors was Arlen Hamilton from Backstage Capital. And Arlen, her portfolio reflects what she says. So she was one of our first investors, but we have everybody on our cap table for the most part, they're on our cap table because they either understand what we're doing, which is making impact, but also making money, and or they were actually serious about their diversity efforts, and it wasn't to check a box.
I was going to say the thing that came out for me of hearing each of you speak is the authenticity behind it. I personally think that's so important. Being on the other side, I've heard people say things like, oh, we only want a female board member, and so that's why we're talking to you, or do you want to meet this company? They do femtech. And so, my reaction is, well, you should want the best board member, and like the best board member could be like a woman or someone of color or whatever, but filtering for only that feels like you're checking a box, potentially. So I think that's what really shone through in your answers. Maybe we can move on to a slightly different topic, and Sheena, maybe I'll start with you, which is I think there's been a lot of conversation about hiring a diverse team and the impact that a diverse team has on positive outcomes and success. I think something that we haven't spent as much time talking about is how do you create a very open and equal culture where everyone has an equal seat at the table, feels comfortable, and maybe where you kind of work towards counteracting biases that people maybe aren't as conscious about. I'd love to hear a little bit about how you've thought about what you're doing internally at your company.
Yeah, I want to build a team that we all understood the mission, and we were all focused on like getting to the goal that we're working towards, but everybody could bring a different experience to the table. So an example, like even for my engineers, we have one engineer who's been, before he came to Capway, 25 years at Bank of America. But then we also have engineers who have never been in fintech, but they might be a senior developer. So it was some white, Black, young, old, people who have come from low-income backgrounds, people who've come from, more middle class. I wanted to build a team where everybody could bring an experience to the table, because the whole point of Capway is, once again, building financial access opportunities for everyone. And the reason we did that, because a lot of times in finance, you might go somewhere else and you don't get the same opportunity that maybe somebody else who doesn't look like you will get, for whatever the reason may be. And so to build a diverse team where we brought all those different experiences to one table with one mission, that's what I look for when I'm looking to build my team.
I was going to say, hearing you say that makes complete sense. And for us, it was very similar when, when we built the company. It was so important for us to hire people who understood the problem we're trying to solve. And consumer debt cuts across so many different types of people and have different experiences with it. And so it was so important for us to make sure that we could have people in the company that really understood it and lived it. And the only way to do that was to have that sort of diversity across various backgrounds and experiences. And we were very deliberate about when we first hired the first 2 people, 3 people, it was all about that and making sure that we could really drive those types of perspectives in the company that would help us succeed.
What about from a like culture setting, meetings, norms? Like, are there certain things you do in kind of the operating of the company to try and ensure people of different ages or backgrounds or have kind of an equal seat at the table?
I mean, we do like floating holidays or things like that, so that we make sure that just because everybody doesn't celebrate Christmas, and respectfully, it's okay if you don't celebrate Christmas. So, you know, we do the things like floating holidays. We have like mental health days. So we just try to make sure that everybody's comfortable and they're respecting everybody's belief. You know, we have people on our team where their pronouns are they, them, and we educate everybody on the team to say, hey, respectfully, it's not he, it's not she, it's they, them, and then we have a conversation about why it's that way and being respectful to address, you know, that person however they would like to be for whatever reason. So we talk to each other. We're very open communication is really big for us, but it's also being, once again, very respectful of people's choice.
I love that example of floating holidays. That's something that our head of people kind of implemented, and I think it's like one of a bunch of little things that companies can do to not just kind of say like, we really want you here, but sort of walk the walk and be incredibly intentional about it. I think another thing that we found is just asking for feedback and having a bunch of different ways that employees can tell us kind of where we're getting it right and where we're messing up. Because inevitably, like, you're going to mess up. It's actually something one of the trainings we offer is sexual harassment prevention training, and the point is, that often people will make unintentional, comments or things like that in meetings, perhaps speak over people. And so a lot of our training focuses on accept that as an inevitability and instead build mechanisms where people can provide feedback, explain why that wasn't okay, et cetera. So we really tried to do that within the company, and it looks like asking employees in a million different ways how they feel about something, whether that's surveys, whether that's like open office hours for a head of people to just hear like, hey, did we look over something? I was the first employee on my team to take maternity leave, for example. So like, not surprisingly, we didn't have a great policy. We didn't have a bunch of processes. And so we just kind of learn as we go and are really okay about making mistakes because it's just inevitable. But the point is to learn from them.
Have you guys found any tools to be like particularly helpful in kind of furthering these goals? I feel like I've met a wide variety of tools, everything from people who track the amount of time people are spent talking in a meeting to like survey tools and pulse checks and the like. Are there any that stand out for you guys?
I mean, this is a shameless plug, but our company literally does DEI and harassment prevention training, and so we do it digestible over time, so we've certainly done those and then had conversations about them and really trained managers. I think that's another, like, our company is now 70, I'm not sure how large each of yours are, but at that stage, no matter how much, for example, senior leadership is bought in. We're not in every meeting, we're not everywhere, and so we've rolled out like internal manager trainings, just making sure there's a bunch of different ways people can kind of understand what do the right thing looks like at our company. But yeah, not sure if any of that resonates.
I was going to say, we really basic tools, but you know, we use Slack. We're a completely remote team, but things like poll bots or other things like that just sort of drive that engagement, ask questions, keep folks engaged on specific topics, including like our culture. We found that to be pretty useful.
Awesome. Maybe we can start talking about, we've kind of hit this topic of diversity can take many different forms. Maybe we can spend some time about like breaking into tech or even becoming a founder and how you thought about and any advice or learnings that you've had about breaking into tech or becoming a founder and addressing some of the different points of diversity that each of you maybe have or that you've seen other people do successfully. Tomas, maybe we can start with you.
Yeah, so I'll just tell an interesting story. I think that'll help shape this. So I actually, early in my career, had a manager, and he probably needs to take your training, but I had a manager who, he asked me to take a personality test. And based on the personality test, he was like, oh, you know what? You're never gonna make it to like upper management. You're never gonna get, you're sort of slated for middle management. And I was like, that's weird. And I remember, and this is the same person. He actually asked me one time to like mow his lawn, which is really like far off field. But the reason why I say this is because I think in order to break in and do that, you really have to believe in yourself, and you can't take any of those things that come your way that people are going to tell you you're not going to make it. The number of times you're going to be told that your business is not going to succeed, or you have a bad idea, or you're not going to be able to go and achieve your vision. You're going to hear that a lot, and so I think being able to have that belief in yourself, but also having that perspective and that aperture to say like, hey, what's the bigger thing I'm trying to solve here? How do I get to that goal? And so for me, I think that was one of the key things in my experience. I'd also say the other thing is our second hire in the company was for an engineer, and he had never been an engineer before. And it was one of those things where when we talked to people about it, they said, how could the second hire in your company for an engineering role never have had any engineering experience? But what we valued was that he had the drive. He had invested 18 months of his life studying and taking classes on engineering. He had a perspective. He was passionate about what we were trying to do. And we said, listen, we can invest in someone like that. And as long as you have the ability to grow, and as long as you have that desire to really get into this space, we're willing to give that opportunity, because I was given those opportunities a lot coming up in my career. And those are the things that are super valuable. So we want to give that back. And I think that's, when I think about people who want to break in or be a founder, create your own opportunities, but then also take them when they're given to you and really try and go after them.
That's a wild story.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. Definitely needs some
It's
training.
so upsetting, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we talked in the kind of prep, like there's a bunch of, I think there's this concept in tech of like a known quantity. And so that is going to tend to look like someone has a really tech pedigreed background, just like checks a bunch of boxes. And I definitely learned as I was, for example, fundraising, that like things that I didn't understand would sort of break that mold, or there wasn't a paradigm. For example, like I was spent most of my career in the Army, and that has nothing to do with tech. And so I kind of started to realize that some investors were maybe like not understanding why I would be good at certain skills. And so now when I advise founders who are coming, who are trying to break into tech, the advice I give might sound a little depressing, but I advise them to actually understand where they don't fit the mold, and then just like think about how they're going to counter that in pitches or things like that. So for example, like again, I was a mom, I was a veteran, like all of these things. And so I just found that I had to be really clear about explaining my ambition, explaining how hard I worked, things that I don't feel like I should have had to explain, but I would have investors sometimes say, why do you want to do a venture-backed business? You could make this a great lifestyle business. And I explain like, when I do something, if I'm in the Army, I'm in special operations. If I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it intensely. And I don't know why you're asking me why, whether I'm ambitious, but now I've just realized I need to really connect the dots for them in a way that perhaps a founder who just was X Stripe and X this and X that wouldn't have to do. But I do advise founders to do it, because I think otherwise it just does work against you.
Yeah, so I started my first tech company actually in college. So born and raised in Mississippi, nothing to do with tech in any way. Started my first tech company in college. When I graduated, told my parents I wanted to be a tech entrepreneur. Which did not go over too well, to be quite honest. And I came into this space talking about breaking into tech and diversity. I broke into the world of technology completely green. I had no clue what should or shouldn't be done, what was right, what was wrong, what was going against me, because I knew nothing about tech prior to any of this. So I actually moved out to San Jose fresh from college, and fresh against my parents' wishes. And I realized that no one looked like me for the most part. So I came in completely green, and then once I got more into tech, and especially once I got to my second startup, my first startup was Bootstrap, my second startup was venture-backed, I realized for the most part I had 3 strikes against me. I was Southern, so I had my country accent that does not leave me no matter where I move to. I was a Black and I was female, and of course Black females raise less than 1% of VC funding. So I went in green. I learned my lessons as time went on, but similar to that, I have this thing that everything you're not makes you everything you are. So that's kind of how I broke into it, and that's kind of my motto of going through it all.
I mean, all 3 of your stories are really inspiring. I'm curious, and I can think of some examples in my life, but I think yours are probably more interesting, of good advice you got that you either took to heart or didn't. Maybe it will be helpful to some people in the audience.
I'll start. My mentor, my very first real mentor, as I call him, Austin, Texas, when I moved to Austin, he told me to stop pitching like a girl. And it wasn't in a negative or derogatory way. It was just saying, he was a white male, and he said when white men come and pitch to me, they pitch to me like I need them, not that I need, they pitch to me like I need them, not they need me. And he said, when you pitch to me, you pitch to me like you need me. Like, pitch to me like you have the best thing out there and that I'm lucky to invest in your company. So that's probably one of the best things I learned.
The one thing that stands out to me in this moment is I had a CEO I had a chance to work for, and he really instilled that having that personal accountability was super important, and I take that sort of accountability to hold myself accountable to like the objectives and the visions and things I want to do, and it's just a great way to just motivate myself and keep myself sort of going when you have a lot of things that are not going your way. But I think that's one of the things that really has inspired me and stuck with me.
I got quite similar advice about kind of pitching, and one of our investors said, like, you guys do what you say you're going to do, and we're like, yeah. They're like, that's bad. You're like under-promising and over-delivering, and the problem is like the pitch is where you need to paint the really big vision, and instead of being incredibly methodical, my co-founder's an engineer. She kind of thinks very linear, and as do I, and so I sort of got this advice from Hunter Walk and others about like really pitch the vision, not just your like laser-focused operational abilities, because those make me a great operator, but they don't actually make me a great fundraiser because I'm not doing the like I'm going to change the world and like tech for voice and like that kind of thing, and that can be disadvantageous in fundraising.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, I think we might be out of time, but I feel like I could talk to you guys all day about this. So thank you so much for your time and for sharing your story.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
May I have your attention? Please welcome TechCrunch reporter Christine Hall and Sandhya Venkachadalam, partner, Khosla Ventures.
Well, great. It's great to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I always love coming to TechCrunch.
Yeah, so one of the things that I wanted to start off with was in terms of like customer-centric products, what's your philosophy on that?
Thanks for asking that question. Customer-centric products, I think, have lots of different definitions. So I'll just tell you what I mean by it. I think, to me, it means the prioritization in everything, not just building and designing your product, but also in how you build your company, how you go to market, how you think about your users. Everything is prioritized around the idea of direct end user consumption. And that's a little bit different than how software has been built for the majority of the last 25 years.
Yeah.
And so that's sort of how I define it.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I've interviewed a number of founders that talk about, product-led growth and like talking to customers. And interestingly enough, they say a lot of our competitors don't do this, which is why we took that approach. Is that something similar that you're seeing as well, where there's just not a lot of companies focusing on that area?
I think the biggest opportunity, like why I think this is an important topic, especially for this crowd, I assume majority founders of relatively new companies, is the incumbents can't do this. And to me, this is the first time, at least I think, or one of the few times in the history of technology and building software and hardware, where startups actually have an advantage, not just with technical innovation, because that's in Silicon Valley usually the thing, like the faster chips or some technical innovation. Right. Startups can actually have an advantage over the large incumbents in design, in end user mindshare, and then eventually in go-to-market with very little investment dollars, right? So you don't have to compete with the hundreds of millions of dollars that Microsoft or Salesforce has, right? Or even some of the very later stage startups, the money that they sort of throw at these sort of problems.
Interesting. And I think too, some things that founders mention is that even though there's not a lot of investment that needs to happen at the beginning, they do have to take a little bit of time to kind of design the infrastructure from the beginning. So you're seeing maybe a company that, instead of having take a year or something, it could be like 2 to 3 years before they actually have a product ready to launch, or like maybe they're in beta for a really long time trying to figure out everything. What are some of the challenges that you see or that you talk to founders about when they're trying to do something customer centric versus the other way of doing it?
So I think the conflict or the tension always comes in when. So when do I release the product?
Right.
Because in general, to do this well, you need to understand your users. And you can theorize all you want and make a hypothesis and even do surveys, but until you get a product out in the market and you start to get feedback on that, and we can talk about ways to do that, you really don't know. And so, we've talked about lean startup, over the past 5 to 10 years, get your product out there, but this is not always possible, especially if you're trying to solve a much harder problem. So I invest a lot in AI and machine learning, and usually, there's not a product sometimes for a long time because you're gathering data, you're building models, some of that's been accelerated now. Yeah. So I think that's the tension.
Okay.
And so while it varies from sector to sector and product to product, I still think getting your product out there, and you can even have controlled alpha releases, beta releases, design partners, call it what you want. Doesn't have to be everybody come get it. I think it's really important to get that user feedback, even if it's something that is taking a long time to build.
Okay, yeah, and you actually, we were talking earlier about kind of some of the 3 principles that you have for customer-centric products. Why don't you walk us through some of those?
Yeah, so these are categories to kind of think about. The first is really understanding your users, and there's a lot that goes into that, but I'll go through it. The second is just around some product design principles. And the third is really around how do you start thinking about marketing and awareness, even as you're building product and not as an afterthought. And the reason that's important to think about even up front is how you build your product actually lays the groundwork for if you want to do product-led growth or self-serve, these sorts of things. It can't be an afterthought. Okay. So I think, principle 1, everyone talks about understand your user, but what does that actually mean? Like, what are some tactical things that you can do? So just ask yourself some really key questions, and always be asking these questions. So, who are my users? What is the urgent problem that I'm trying to solve? and make sure that the problem that they have that's so urgent, make sure that your solution is actually a big enough deal, right? So, it could be incremental, and people, like, okay, but is it really worth, shifting my focus to try something new and all of that? So make sure it's, kind of astounding. And, people say, well, people never respond to surveys. That's not the way to get user feedback anymore. I mean, yes, put surveys in there and see if someone will answer. But there's a lot of things you can do to instrument your product up front, to track everything. Track everything you can possibly imagine. And if you see people not using a feature, that's information. That means it's not useful or they're getting stuck. If you get a lot of people to your website and there's not that many that actually convert to using it, maybe there's something wrong with onboarding. So I think these are the new forms of data and the ways to understand your users. And then once people start getting on your platform, keep figuring out whether not only what they're doing, but are they the best users? Is there another segment of users where this could actually be more useful, that could actually monetize later? So we can talk about the other principles, but maybe if you have any.
One of the things that kind of stood out from what you said was about the possibly having to pivot or figure out something else. When you're talking with founders who are wanting to get investment from you, do you like that they had tried maybe some different things to figure it out, or do you feel like that trying different things means they really didn't have the clear vision of what they wanted to do in the first place?
So almost everyone has to try multiple things. It's just whether they can do it in a short period of time or whether they run out of money and then it becomes a big pivot and they have to raise more money. But everyone, no matter how clear your vision is, you have to iterate on your product. And actually, I think sometimes the product and the adoption actually informs the vision, and you might take a slightly different direction. You can still be true to your vision, but it might get modified a little bit. And so everybody has to do this. Everybody has to iterate. Everybody has to change.
Yeah. We had a question. They were asking, which comes first: market, the problem, the solution, the customer team, or something else?
Well, I'll tell you which. A lot of them come together by the time you talk to me, but I personally think the idea and the team, meaning the founding team, kind of happen at the same time. There are folks that know they want to work together, and they might work really well together, and they might have complementary skill sets. And 80% of the time, that'll get you there. But if you don't actually have the same amount of passion for the same problem and a way to, the way you're going to try to solve it, then that won't work for very long, even if you love this person, even if you guys work really well together. So what I see often are people who are in a similar space, and they're both seeing a disconnect or a problem, and they get to know each other, they understand, they see it the same way, and they say, hey, maybe we have a shot at actually solving this. And then you can brainstorm and iterate and see if you work well together. But I think kind of both have to come together at the same time.
Yeah, because I would assume that a lot of founders start off with one common vision, and then as things take place, like you said, you might have to iterate a couple of times. That vision might splinter between the founding team.
Yeah, I think, and also just the commitment to, as many of you who are doing this already know, things go more bad than good. There are a few good times and then lots of downs. And so you have to be super passionate to the point of being obsessed. And so you need to make sure your co-founder is the same.
Got it, yeah. So second principle.
Yep, so once you have understood your users and you're tracking them and you have some basis, ongoing to measure things and understand. I mentioned don't just offer a solution. We now call it offer them a wow moment, right? Or that magic moment.
Yeah.
And the reason this is powerful is it really gets your user not only hooked, but evangelical, right? And that leads to the next principles, which are around, virality and engagement. But, all we mean by the wow moment or the magic moment is literally in a very short period of time, hopefully, your user says, wow, I can do that. Or, wow, like, I need to tell someone, like, I can't believe this. One of my favorite examples of this, there's many, in the history of technology, but one of our portfolio companies, OpenAI, released something called DALL-E 2 recently, which is literally text box. I mean, there's a lot behind the scenes, but it's a text box. You type what you want, and in a couple of seconds, right, the AI models behind it generate an image from scratch that matches your description. Almost anyone in the world can look at that in 4 or 5 seconds. And even if it's not perfect, right, even if it's not the unicorn in the surrealistic style with the volcano exactly in the right place or whatever your imagination wants to tell you, it's still pretty damn good. And you're like, wow. And so it might take a little more time. They could have wrapped a big product around that to launch, but they understood what the magic moment was, how to get that attention, and they got to it really, really fast.
Interesting. Is the magic moment, I mean, I think that whenever you're asking a company a question, you're always like, what makes you unique? And so I think you're kind of talking about the magic moment as being sort of something like that, but like, are there similar ones for everyone, or is it hard to find that magic moment? I mean, somebody might not think about it, so how do they kind of work out what theirs is?
So I do think the magic moment is a little different than what makes you unique.
Okay.
They're similar, so unique is sort of what makes you better.
Sure.
Or different than what's out there in the market. It's the realization of what makes you unique, which is the magic moment.
Yeah.
So they are obviously related. And the idea being, put very simply, it's giving value to your user.
Okay.
So in a very short period of time, they get immediate value that's not just incremental, that is big enough that they say some version of wow, right?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So we have a question. How do you translate your long-term vision into measurable, smaller steps today? So I'll stop right there. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Hang on. Oh, they were saying especially for new technologies on the frontier like augmented reality.
So there's a reason I'm a VC and you guys are founders. I mean, that is the trick, right? So first having a view that there's a market that's interesting, and really having, when I say vision, it's that view of what does tomorrow look like, and that tomorrow should be ideally significantly different than today. Okay, so you live in this future state. This is how I see the world, and maybe not that many other people see it that way. That's awesome. That's good. Now, the first question I always ask is, well, how do you get from here to there? And so what I've seen my portfolio companies and other successful companies and founders do is say, okay, that's great, the future state. I need to solve a problem for a certain set of users today. And ideally, it's either a big enough set of users that it can grow, or there are enough adjacent users that kind of look like them that need some flavor of this, so it's big enough. And I need to do that really well. And I need to create that wedge, that magic moment, and sometimes it's really specific, and it seems like sort of a smaller segment of users. And then the trick, right, is to kind of tie that together with what do I need to keep building, right, to sort of, dominate the world. And there's no prescription, there's no formula. That's the magic of what you guys do. But don't worry, I guess, if it feels narrow in the beginning, because narrow, super useful, super loved by users is actually the most important thing up front. And then just figure out what are the steps. And actually, I think the thing that changes the most are the steps based on the information and the data you get from users. The steps of, okay, how am I going to get to that big vision? That's what actually ends up sometimes changing course or like pivoting, as you asked before.
Yeah, and going back to your earlier comment about founders, we had a question about, how do you find a co-founder that you can actually get along with long term? And finding in quotes of co-founder seems too calculated.
No, it's not too calculated. I think being very intentional about every step in this process is actually okay. When we read the stories of when companies, raise at $1 billion or 10 billion or they go IPO, it just seems like all this magic happened. But in reality, it's very intentional, it's very calculated, decisions are made constantly, and it feels very tactical. So don't worry about sort of it feeling calculated. It should be, especially in terms of finding, a co-founder.
Right.
So if you're really passionate about something, you have that vision, and the skill set that you need to complement you, go out and look for a co-founder. I think that's totally fine if you don't already have one, in the space that you're working in or so forth. And it's not easy. Getting out there, asking great founders that you know for referrals, just talking to friends, being places like this. There does need to be chemistry. So, it's not just, okay, we're very complementary and, you can do Rust programming and, I can do this or whatever, marketing. And there has to be chemistry, but that's like everything in life, right? There has to be some chemistry. So no, be intentional. Go talk to lots of people. Have a set of questions that not only you've answered for yourself, but eventually they need to answer. I've actually even had some founders and also partners who become partners or start a new venture fund together go through counseling, not in terms of like fixing a problem, but like, are you a good fit in the long term if you don't know each other? So there's no shame, at least to me, in any of this.
Do you have to have a co-founder, or can you do it solo?
So you absolutely can do it solo. I would say a third of the backers that I have backed, or founders I have backed, have been solo founders.
Okay.
It is just harder. And it's not that it's harder because you have certain skills and you need to find somebody with complementary skills. It's actually not that hard to find that, and that person doesn't have to be a co-founder. You don't even have to be a technical co-founder anymore. You can hire a really great principal engineer, give them enough equity, always give them enough equity. So to me, that's not what gives me pause. It's the many, many conversations I've had where solo founders just don't have anyone to talk to, and obviously, your investors, should try to fill some of that, but it's not the same, right? As that person that's like in it day in and day out, and just having that support. So these things may not sound important, but they're critical. So to me, that's my view on why it's more helpful.
Yeah. If they were saying if there were 5 different startups that were building kind of the same exact thing, right? And probably had around the same valuation as well. What do you seek out to choose one of them if that one is even interesting to you?
So we at Khosla Ventures have a slightly different philosophy on investing. So Vinod, our founder, likes to say, if you have a competitor in your slide deck, we don't invest. And what he means by that is not, of course, every startup that has a good idea is eventually going to have competitors. But if you say, we're going to go up and disrupt Oracle and ERP, and by the way, Oracle needs to be disrupted. I mean, ERP is terrible. Sorry. So it's a good investment for someone. It's going to be a big company. But our view is that the truly transformational companies often come out of left field. The founders have this vision of a tomorrow that looks completely different. It's not incremental today, better ERP. It's, just a different perspective on how people work. And it doesn't have to be about everything, about the one thing that you care about. And often, we haven't heard the idea, and we don't hear the idea for a while from anyone else. And what makes it interesting versus just like a wacky idea is that founder tends to have what we call a unique insight. So some reason they believe in that tomorrow, in that future. Because in their experience, they saw A, B, and C, or they collected this data, or they had access to users, and they understood something or believed something. So we bet on that belief, and a lot of times we're just wrong. So these things, when they fail, they just completely fail. They don't get acquired by Oracle. But we don't care about that. We care about the really big transformational companies. So that's sort of our view. Now I can try to answer, perhaps, for others of how they might look at that, or I don't know if that's relevant.
Well, I actually have a really interesting question. So to your point about catering to customers and then kind of those and then adjacent customers to that, someone was asking, like, if your product serves multiple customer segments, how do you recommend focusing on the product design? Do you start niche and go broad, or do you start broad and then customize?
So the popular wisdom these days is to go niche, right?
Right.
Make sure it actually really works for someone, and then go broad. And I think that's true, but for a very short period of time. I think that once you've kind of understood your users and you've launched something, and that launch can be to early users or alpha customers or some small group, when you then launch, whatever that means today, right? But like when anyone can go and access your product, I think you should be really broad in your funnel initially and in your marketing, because you just don't know. You don't know how people are going to actually use your product. And so I think you want, especially the beauty of customer-centric products, especially if you have self-serve and at low cost, is that anyone can come and try it, and you can see what they're doing. And it could end up being a completely different set of use cases that are interesting than what you originally thought. So kind of go really narrow and then go really big quickly.
Makes sense. Okay, yeah. And is there a correlation in building a customer-centric product while riding on the hype of exclusivity? Should the former take precedence regarding the outcome?
Could you did they define what exclusivity means in this context? So if by exclusive or exclusivity you mean a product that is status oriented, so only a certain, like a small number of people may have sort of access to it, I think a better way to do that versus restricting usage is actually pricing. So price it like the status brands of the history of the world have done, right? So you price it high, and that becomes your exclusivity versus things like wait lists or other forms of restriction, because I personally don't really know what a wait list does for you. You don't get any data about usually the people on the wait list and what they're sort of doing.
Yes.
You don't capture people when they have intent. So somebody wants to try your product and you're saying, come back in 3 months. Yeah. So either don't tell them or don't spend any money telling them for sure, because then you're kind of just wasting money.
Yeah, no promising 3 months.
Yeah. So this is just, again, my view. But I think if you want a status product or status brand, use pricing, not restricting usage.
What's your take or your perspective on offering, like with the tiers, always offering like a free option? Is there room for that? Should people not do that eventually? Because I think what people normally do is they'll have it free, but then they take all the really good features of the app and then put them behind, a pay tier, and leave the free to one or two features.
So I agree with you, and I've written about this extensively, and I have a very strong view of the use of free. So in the beginning, depending on your product, but let's say it's a customer-centric and user-focused product, and you have a good self-serve channel going or mechanism going. Free is good to a certain extent because you get that wide funnel, right? And you get a bunch of use cases, you get a bunch of data. Hopefully you've built stuff to track all this data. Yeah. If the cost of maintaining free users is minimal, then fine. I still think it can be distracting after a certain amount of time, because you get feedback and you start prioritizing your roadmap around a larger number of users than the folks that are actually going to help you monetize. But there's an argument if you want to sort of be distracted or get that data. If there's a cost associated with supporting those free users, I think you need to be very, very intentional and very deliberate, because then it's not just time, which, by the way, I think is actually more valuable than capital, but then also your capital.
Yeah.
So I have seen over the last 9 to 12 months, founders coming to me much more quickly, founders with self-serve, sort of PLG motions, and saying, but I kind of now understand who my ICP is and who's going to monetize. Should I still have freemium? And I say no. And by the way, you can actually always turn it back on. But what I think is more useful is sort of the concept of free trials.
Okay.
Absolutely, let people try your product for free. For sure, in the early stages, don't charge until you deliver that magic moment, until you deliver that value.
Yeah.
And you can, by the way, have a free trial for 3 months. It doesn't have to be 7 days. Play around, experiment. But at some point, they have to make the decision to convert. And you will find very quickly the folks that are just dabbling and are never going to be that interested in converting. And what I found, what my founders have found, is that the period is actually usually within 14 to 30 days, because people who care about your product, again, they have intent, they search, right? They're looking for something that solves their problem. They find you. And if it works, they actually don't mind paying, right? At least in most B2B, right? Consumer's a slightly different thing. And so get them to pay. And if you do not give those users a good experience and you give them some crappy version for, ever, even if it's free, they're going to say, okay, well, I guess this is not what I thought it was, so I'm not going to continue. So you've lost that opportunity. So I completely agree with you.
Yeah, okay. Perfect. Yeah, I think we are out of time. So thank you so much.
Thank
it
you
was
so much
great.
for the questions.
Yeah. Wonderful.
people.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Should we
Get
get
down to
into it?
business?
Yeah.
All right. I'll count you all in.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Hey everyone, it's Jackie.
Anita.
And Lucas. Welcome to Chain Reaction, where we
May I have your attention? Please welcome TechCrunch reporter Hayayan Camps and Emanu Hariharan, Managing Director, YC Continuity at Y Combinator. May I have your attention? Please welcome TechCrunch reporter Hayayan Camps and Emanu Hariharan, Managing Director, YC Continuity at Y Combinator. May I have your attention? Please welcome TechCrunch reporter Hayayan Camps and Emanu Hariharan, Managing Director, YC Continuity at Y Combinator.
They decided to pick this up. Right. I mean, there was a ton of hype around like Aptos basically coming out, and
Matney. I am the crypto editor at TechCrunch. Very psyched.
Yeah, I'm Anita Ramaswamy. I am senior crypto reporter and fintech reporter at TechCrunch, and I'm super excited to be here.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Melanik. I'm a senior crypto reporter, and I also co-host this show with these beautiful people. And that's it.
Yeah.
Should we
get down to
into it?
business? Yeah. All right, I'll count you all in.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Hey everyone, it's Jackie.
Anita.
And Lucas. Welcome to Chain Reaction, where we unpack and explain the latest in crypto news, drama, and trends, breaking things down block by block for the crypto curious.
Okay, to start, let's get into it. Lucas, yesterday you talked to A16Z's Chris Dixon. Share the details.
I did indeed. Yes, we had a nice conversation. He is a very high-profile crypto investor. Some may say the world's best. He might say that. Yes, we had a cool conversation. I had like 25 questions written down, and we got through 7 of them. But it was a good chat. He talked a little bit about Adam Neumann, which was spicy.
Oh yeah, it was definitely spicy. I was there. Yeah, I have an interview I'm excited about too. I'm interviewing the founder of Solana, Anatoly Yakovenko, today, 1:45. Be there, be square.
And I have a panel tomorrow with people from FTX, Visa, and Uniswap. So
we're low-key taking this over and making it a crypto conference.
Definitely.
yeah,
That's
next year's gonna be all crypto.
agenda.
All right, enough about us. Let's get into the news. What are we working on this week? What are we seeing?
Yeah, there's been a lot of news outside of Disrupt too, even though that's been keeping us busy. One of them was the launch of a new layer 1 blockchain, which is Aptos. They launched their mainnet, and this is like a pretty well-funded, like VC-backed blockchain. They have backing from FTX. They raised $200 million. They have backing from Andreessen Horowitz, and it was, it was not the smoothest launch, is kind of what I have to say about it.
Yeah, and this was like a launch 4 years in the making, right? So this isn't like just yesterday they decided to pick this up.
Right. I mean, there was a ton of hype around like Aptos basically coming out, and it was just this moment where like there were outages. There were also questions about their token distribution, which I think is really interesting. Like that's been a big hot topic with all these different layer 1s. In crypto, everyone's like, I'm the most decentralized.
Yeah.
No, I am. Like
the Aptos team was interesting. So I had a call with them maybe like I don't know, like maybe a little less than a year ago, and it was an hour-long call, and for like 40 minutes they talked about their life stories, which was a little. And I tried to cut them off multiple times. But they raised all this money. They raised it from these great people. But like they're really early, and they raised $350 million before they even launched.
Yeah.
So there was a lot riding on this.
Well, it was kind of wild when I was reading about the news because I was like, oh, Aptos like hadn't launched yet. Because I feel like I had heard and read so much about it, and I didn't realize that like the mainnet launch was literally only this week because of their funding. And I mean, it was kind of wild because right when they launched, I mean, their token like immediately plummeted by 30% within like the first hour or something like that.
Well, yeah. I think people were saying this was the first token launch that happened where the tokenomics of the token weren't known before the launch. So people could be buying a token and not know how many there are, how many are being burned, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, and it had $1 billion valuation before it even launched on mainnet, like you said. And for those who don't know, mainnet is basically, it wasn't even fully deployed or developed, and it still had that valuation. It's almost like the situation we see with Adam Neumann right now.
Yeah, well, it's funny, like everyone talks about, okay, the market downturn, the crypto winter, but I guess we're still going strong over here. And I think there's been a lot of attention on like the competition between different layer 1 blockchains, and that's just a hot topic. And I think it's really funny how people when Solana came out, they called it like the Ethereum killer.
Yeah.
And now Aptos came out, and everyone was saying this is going to be the Solana killer. Like,
right.
Why do they have to kill? Why can't we
it's just so aggressive because it's crypto.
There must be murder. No, I mean, and like this is, when Ethereum launched, there wasn't VC backing. There weren't people like investing in the seed round or the A or something like that. But like with Solana, a lot of people got in at the ground floor and, invested 50 grand, and that turned into $1 billion a few years later.
Must be nice.
It must be nice. But they're also just kind of like, now it dipped, now it's boring. What's the next thing? Can we see?
I know. I feel like we're going to see like a new layer 1 launch every week. And like, I don't really personally understand, like, do we really need this many blockchains out there? I mean, they all are kind of similar. They're all trying to get at similar things. They're trying to get at speed. They're trying to get at efficiency, security, like.
as one other aside on this team, they all came from Facebook's like Libra, DM, whatever.
Right. Oh, no.
Yeah, and so it's really fascinating talking to these people because like they have to be the most depressed crypto people of all time because they spent years building these things that they thought were going to be really successful, and then regulators were just like, we're not going to let you launch this Meta. You don't deserve to launch like, you know, a stable coin. Like that's not going to happen. So none of their stuff ended up going anywhere.
Absolutely. I don't know. Do you have thoughts on the competition heating up between these layer ones?
I think it's interesting because Aptos claims it could handle 130,000 transactions a second compared to Ethereum's 30 per second. And I'm not going to do the math on that, but that's a lot faster, allegedly.
That seems like it.
And then also with that said, like there's tons of VC money that got raised for Aptos, even before it launched, as we discussed. And like whether or not this blockchain will deliver, that's hard to tell. And whether or not it's going to fail, or as I saw on Twitter, like it's going to be a craptos.
That's hilarious.
You know, like it really depends.
I'm
And
not
like
over
I
that.
think the biggest things going forward here is one, will they attract a community of developers and users it needs to survive? Because like without a community, they're nothing. And two, whether or not like their code and actual technical applications they're claiming are as sound as they are.
Yeah, the last thing that came to mind on this for me was like the VC funding is pretty wild. And it's funny because a lot of these VCs have funded like other layer ones too. I mean, I guess like how would you feel if you were, you know, the founder of a blockchain and your VCs are going and putting money into every new project that just pops up? Like, I don't know. It seems like conflict. It's
like
conflict
they're
of
cheating
interest
on
to me.
you.
Right. Well, I feel like in like maybe when VC was a little bit smaller, like it was like you don't back Coke and Pepsi, and you
Right.
don't back Uber and Lyft. But in the blockchain world, they're like 300 things trying to do the exact same idea. So
Yeah.
you just kind of like you're like, well, that partner's not on that board, or he only goes to half the meetings.
Yeah, like I get that that's the game, but
Yeah,
at the
it's-
same time, it's
feels a
like
little awry.
the products are pretty comparable, in my opinion. But I don't know. Maybe someone's gonna blast me for saying that. But anyway, I mean that's enough on Aptos, I guess. You want to talk about Twitter?
I will. Yes. So you know we're going to talk about Twitter. Twitter's not a crypto company. Elon is going to buy it allegedly, but you know he's not really the head of a crypto company either.
Okay, someone made us like a bingo board on Twitter, and one of the squares was Elon Musk, or talking about Elon because why not?
Yeah,
So,
I-
in keeping with
So why
tradition,
not?
That's mostly how I
Please.
feel. Yeah, no. So this week there was this organization that got created a couple years ago. I mean, 2019, called Twitter Blue Sky, and their goal was to kind of decentralize Twitter. It was a big pet project of Jack Dorsey. The goal was essentially to, you know, when you think about email or something, like you can create an email server and you can read all of the emails that get sent to you from Gmail because it's an open protocol. So they wanted to create an open protocol for social media. So all of the social media posts could exist, you know, using this protocol, and then individual users could decide to use a client like Twitter to be able to read them. And so the goal was, you know, people can go to a community where maybe they have, you know, moderation that's more in line with their political views,
Right.
or like algorithms that, yeah, or algorithms that, you know, don't, you know, recommend certain content or something like that.
No censorship.
Exactly. I mean, like this was something that like legitimately right after Twitter banned Trump, Jack Dorsey was like, this was a hard decision, but like we shouldn't be the ones making these decisions in the first place, but we are right now. But we're working on things like Twitter Blue Sky, which are going to decentralize the decision-making process and basically give, you know, lower the barrier of entry. So yada, 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 that's the beginning. But this week, they kind of announced some of the things that they've been working on. So they announced, it was quite nerdy, I will say. So they announced the AT protocol, which is the, what's it called? Associated Transit Protocol.
Love an acronym.
Yes, and it's basically, they launched the really early steps, but what they talked about wasn't as interesting as the timing, because the Twitter Elon deal is supposed to close like October 28th, so in less
Who
than...
knows?
Yeah, exactly. Allegedly. He really wants to get this deal, and he really wants to burn, I think, what will probably end up being like $40 billion over market value for Twitter. Not like strict market value, but likely market value. So they wanted to get this announcement out because they probably want Elon to integrate with this in some way, because Jack was the true believer, and Jack's no longer a part of Twitter or the board.
Yeah, Blue Sky is like related to Twitter, but it's not technically a part of Twitter, but it's funded by Twitter, right? That's the whole situation.
It's an independent organization. Twitter gave it money. Jack Dorsey gave it money, and yeah, I think Twitter's formally agreed to integrate with the protocol,
Gotcha.
but that was the Twitter making that promise is not the Twitter owned by Elon Musk, who will own all of the like board seats.
Yeah. How do you think he feels about all of this? Like,
I mean, I don't know. If you're already really overpaying,
inside the brain of Elon Musk.
Yeah, I know. I'll get there. Trust me. If you're already overpaying like $40 billion for something, like something tells me you don't necessarily want to minimize your like home plate advantage or whatever, and like home court advantage. And
It's okay.
yeah.
We're okay at sports.
Sports
We're okay.
aren't my
This isn't a
strength.
sports podcast.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, something tells me you don't want to lose your home court advantage, and kind of create something that makes it easier for rising social networks to kind of tap into your network, essentially. You know, this has been a very weird few months for social media broadly.
The decentralized social thing is kind of weird to me. Like, I guess I don't fully understand the appeal, but it's where crypto gets like a little ideological. Like, it's not just blue sky, right? But we've seen like startups get funded in this space as well. I know like Farcaster is one that comes to mind, and there's just been money flowing into this. But like building a blockchain or a Web3 product versus building a social network are just two completely different things. And I think it's like the demand for it has something to do with, like you said, Lucas, like the political views and moderation and people's thoughts on, you know, who should be censoring what and all of that.
Right. I mean, you know, blockchains are fundamentally kind of political, and like the people who are like really into them always talk about censorship resistance, and it's not necessarily like in a political lens, but like when you see stuff like the Tornado Cash, you know, controversy that's been recent.
The government sanctioned.
Yeah, it's something that's something.
Tornado Cash users.
Right. That's something that like people get really passionate about because they're basically deciding how open protocols and open networks are able to function. So I think that's like, yeah, looking at Twitter and some of the social media networks, yeah, maybe, you know, some of the controversy around them is like, I don't know. Like the political controversy gets a little toxic at times, but I think I think generally like they're really interested in not having central control, not having central moderation, you know, all that stuff. I think that might be a good place to stop on the Twitter stuff.
Yeah, I know Jackie has some.
Yeah, let me have some fun,
points to
guys.
make.
Yes.
Jackie on the mic. Let's go.
Okay, so this week MasterCard, big credit card, debit card company.
Yeah, anyone heard of them?
Partnered with a regulated blockchain platform, Paxos, to dive further into the crypto world and help banks provide trading services to their customers. But of course, it's not for everyone like you and me. There's always a little caveat with these things. It's going to be rolled out to institutional partners involved in MasterCard's Crypto Source program, so they can like gain access and buy and hold and sell certain crypto assets. And they said they still haven't determined like which assets it's going to be. So it's like they're launching
it's for banks to trade crypto like amongst themselves.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm assuming that it's going to include like the big boys like Bitcoin, Ethereum. But like who's to say? Honestly, you would hope, right?
Just
anyways,
Aptos.
yeah. So earlier this month, MasterCard competitor Visa actually expanded its agreement with crypto exchange FTX to roll out its card beyond the US and like Latin America, Europe, Asia, and so on. So MasterCard really isn't the only one putting in work here. And this is like an interesting trend, I feel like, because a lot of traditional like financial services are getting into crypto in further ways beyond like what we've seen in past years, or like they say they want to look into it, but now they're actually doing it. I know like one of the oldest banks, BNY Mellon, also announced last week that they're going to give their institutional clients the ability to hold and transfer Bitcoin and Ethereum on its new crypto custody platform. And the fact that like one of the oldest banks in the world even has a crypto custody platform now is like absurd to me.
Yeah, I feel like people were heated on both sides of that. Like the traditional finance people were like, why are they doing this? And then the crypto people were like, why are they doing this?
Yeah, and also I'm talking to the head of crypto at Visa tomorrow, and after Visa made this announcement, it was like, oh, cool, like FTX is expanding with Visa to other places. Oh, this is so big for Visa, but Visa already is partnered or has affiliated cards with over 65 exchanges and platforms,
so
like crypto ones.
They've been playing the crypto game for a minute.
Yeah, so as much as like these things seem like new announcements, they're just like even deeper beds they're making. Is that a saying? Beds?
Yeah.
They're
maybe.
digging. They're digging their graves.
Someone's
I don't-
digging
no, it's not
something.
graves
There's
though.
a
That's a little
baseball,
negative
reference in here
connotation.
somewhere.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess like the big question here is like, why does any of this matter? You know, like not to get philosophical. But
That's deep, man. That's deep. But
yeah. No, I feel, yeah. Go ahead.
it's deep, but like the thing that I've been watching with like a lot of amusement is a lot of these like traditional finance, banking CEOs and companies, you know, shitting on crypto. Pardon my French, for like years, you know, saying that. Like Jamie Dimon came out and said, like, I don't know that he would. What did he say? That anyone who trades crypto should be shot. I don't know if that's what
Shot.
he actually said. He said something very aggressive.
Yeah.
You guys should look it up after this. But no, I mean, all of these CEOs, like you had Jamie Dimon, you had like, I'm pretty sure Ken Griffin, like all of
Yeah.
these big finance guys were coming out and saying like, this is, you know, blockchain is total trash. Like Warren Buffett hated on it, Charlie Munger hated on it, and like in the background, they have all been adding crypto products to their platforms. Like I know the card issuers are a little different with MasterCard and Visa, but it's just, it reminds me of almost like the hypocrisy that we've seen from some of these bigger institutions on
It's
crypto.
also like whether or not they want them there, it's going to be involved. It's like that family member at a party, like you have to invite them because they're family, but you really don't want them there. That's how I feel like these big CEOs feel like about crypto. They're like, shit, all right, fine, we could get a crypto product, but I'm still going to shit on it on national TV, you know?
Cousin Jackie's at the party again.
I feel we've talked about the digital dollar like a few times over the past few episodes, but I feel like that kind of integrates in here also, where it's just like even if like none of these cryptocurrencies end up panning out, like ultimately it kind of seems inevitable that central banks in a lot of countries are going to adopt digital currencies that are blockchain based. So they're like, well, you know, might as well start building the rails now to kind of integrate some of these currencies into our future products.
Right, which is for efficiency and faster payments, but not for decentralization. So,
Well, yeah. That's not going to happen.
well, okay. I don't know if you have anything else to say on MasterCard and Visa.
Now I'm going to stop cursing.
So moving on, we were talking and we thought we should do something a little different today. And, you know, given that we're in Q4, it's almost time for the holidays. That's what everyone's thinking about. We thought, obviously, it's crypto, so a lot of shit can still go down in the next couple of months. But we're near the end of the year, and we wanted to give some hot takes, some predictions. You know, this is not financial advice.
It never is.
Yeah. Lucas, please.
Yeah, I mean, so we're talking about like where we thought there was going to be a lot of money flowing into Web3, especially amongst like VC dollars. I think that especially amidst a bear market, the gaming and metaverse side of things is going to be interesting. I think mostly gaming. I feel like, you know, if you have to say it's a metaverse, it isn't. But on the gaming side of things, there are already a bunch of big unicorns. There's a lot of action happening. But like generally when there's a bear market in crypto, people might not pay as much attention to the financial services side of things, and there might not be like, you know, capital B blockchain integrations with a lot of the products they use, but people still love to game. And I think that there's like a really big opportunity to kind of like subtly integrate blockchain mechanics and cryptocurrencies into how some of these games work. Now, that being said, there are a lot of challenges facing that. Number one is that no one has really made a fun blockchain game yet. It's really hard to make a good game.
Yeah.
It's really hard to get people to use crypto. Adding those two things together, and there's a very low percentage chance that the average crypto game straight out of the gate is going to be successful. There have been a couple over the past couple years. You know, we've talked about Axie Infinity a lot. People might not say it was a fun game, but people
It was lucrative.
People
Yeah.
certainly played it a
Yeah,
lot, and a
right.
lot of money flowed through that platform. A lot of money that eventually flowed to North Korea, alas.
Right.
But
Yeah.
you know, sometimes it just has
Yeah,
to
this won't be like an instant burn. It'll be a slow one because like I mean, I don't really play a ton of video games. I play like Mario Kart.
I don't either, but
Super
I have
Smash
hot
Bros.
takes
Yeah,
about
like
them.
whatever my brother forced me to play. But the ones I do play, I could only imagine like how hard it is to make those ones good.
Yeah.
And like you said, let's be honest, a lot of these games, the crypto games right now, are at like the base level, like Atari level stuff. And not to like shit on Atari, it's great, but like it's quality of like Flappy Birds or like Pac-Man. And even that's a little generous, I think. Like these games just aren't fun yet. And a lot of people are in it for the speculative purposes.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about gaming as just a catalyst for like growth in Web3. Everyone's talking about how that's going to be a major use case. And I'm not a gamer either, so I'll give that disclaimer. But I was talking to someone the other day, and they were kind of making the distinction between like like hardcore intense video gaming that people like a Fortnite or Call of Duty, like you got your controller and everything, versus like easier, more accessible mobile gaming. And those are two different categories. So I always say like, oh, I'm not a gamer, but then I realize like, yeah, I play like Candy Crush like the rest of us. Like I play the stupid mobile games, and maybe that's where I could see some growth happening, but I'm still pretty skeptical overall that this is going to be a huge thing that drives adoption of Web3 and crypto, because my thing is like why? Like, why do we need to like monetize these things? Like, I guess like, it just seems complicated to me. You know, I remember like being really upset when some of my favorite computer games growing up like went from a free model to you actually spend money in real life. I know Fortnite was really successful with that, but it doesn't resonate with me personally.
But I think a lot of gamers want to be paid, and they also want to be able to take their assets and bring them from one game to another or to a new version. Like,
I know, but it's so sad. It's like games are supposed to be fun, and now they're capitalism.
Yeah, but like imagine if you're moving from like an apartment to another apartment, they're like, no, you have to buy everything again. Like that's how I'm dumbing this down.
Okay.
I feel like the VCs we talk to on the average day are like, I feel like they have a very interesting perspective on what accessibility means in a title like this. They're like, we want it to be on every device. Like, sure, you might have to buy a $600 NFT to get started in the very first place.
I know, but once you do that.
Right, and like, especially like, everyone kind of talks about like the portability of the assets across titles, but game publishers don't work together on anything. And when they do, like, if they're thinking that you spent dollars in like Call of Duty and they want to bring that into, I don't know, some other game. It's just like, I just don't think that that's going to happen.
I'll give like a macro take of something fun that I learned the other day, which is not actually related to crypto, but apparently in a recession, makeup sales go up, especially like drugstore makeup. And it just kind of reminds me of this, like you were talking about, maybe people might pull back more from the financial applications of Web3, but if we're looking at, longer term use cases, if we're about to enter a recession, like people still want to have fun. They still want to do those things. And the reason that makeup sales go up in a recession is people want those fun things. Maybe they can't afford like a big vacation, or they can't afford something really luxurious and extravagant, but they can afford like a nice little lipstick that makes them feel good and feel happy. And I think video games kind of serve a similar purpose for people.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's that angle where it's just like things that people will just enjoy regardless. But some VCs are also more focused on just base level technologies and backing some of the infrastructure. So that was something that you were thinking a little bit about.
Yeah. I know Jackie had some thoughts on that as well, but infrastructure has been a pretty well-funded area in crypto through the downturn.
Yeah, definitely. I think just one more note on the gaming thing is like, it doesn't have to be Web3 companies getting into it too. It could be the other side. Like, so Play Studios, the people who own Tetris, they launched their own blockchain sector and a Web3 focused fund. So like whether or not we're holding their hands.
Who made Tetris? Like,
they didn't make it, they own it.
Okay.
Play Studios, I just want to make that clear. But I mean, there's been so many mega funds in the space. Like that was only $10 million for a fund, a Web3 focused fund, but Immutable launched a $500 million fund to boost Web3 gaming earlier this year. So like whether or not traditional Web2 gaming studios are obsessed or looking to get involved in the space,
it's almost evolving separately.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's so important. I mean, if you think about which of these layer ones are going to succeed, going back to what we were talking about earlier, right? Like gaming is really important. That's where Solana has been able to largely differentiate itself, is like NFTs and gaming. And so if that doesn't keep up, then maybe the landscape is going to shift in terms of which blockchains people actually use.
Yeah, definitely. Cool. All right. I'll go next.
Yeah, we're going to talk about finance, right?
We'll move to finance and financial startups and like real world use cases beyond like the internet monies. But one of the big areas I've seen a lot of conversations.
Is finance the real world?
For some people, it's their only world, Anita. But I've seen a lot of like VCs and angel investors really diving into the financial realm of crypto. And I'm not talking about like investing in cryptocurrencies, but more so like projects, protocols, and startups that are like building a bridge between Web 2 and Web 3. And like, what do I mean by that? It's just like, linking kind of back to the MasterCard news, it's not enough just to have like speculative assets. We need things that can onboard.
I like the speculative assets. I'm kidding.
We need things that can onboard people in a way that like, they don't even know they're using blockchain technology. Like I've used this analogy before, but like when we order an Uber or Lyft, we don't know how it's working. We just order it and it shows up. And I think the same thing has to work with blockchain technology for us to really onboard people who don't actually care about crypto but can benefit from the use cases of it. There needs to be better financial products implemented that can improve their lives, whether it be through financial inclusion or improving like the way we get our credit scores or the way we get our mortgages, like anything like that. I think that's something that a lot of both crypto native investors and traditional investors are looking at right now, and funding.
It makes me think about the whole push for decentralization, and I personally don't think it's that important. Like, I think the things that you're talking about are really important. Again,
that's
this
a real
is a hot take.
take.
I know.
That's a whole nother conversation.
People are not gonna like that.
Yo, I'm not gonna check my mentions after this, but no, I mean, look, like at the end of the day, for me, the whole appeal of crypto and like the reason I got so interested in this space in the first place is like this idea that, you know, our payment system is so antiquated. It could be faster, it could be more efficient, it could be better, and particularly in developing countries, I do think that matters. But people get caught up a lot, I think, in this whole, you know, debate of like who's the most decentralized. And I think at the end of the day, it's like, do the users really care? I don't know, not me personally, but.
Well, decentralization through security. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much I can cite onto that specific argument. But I guess staying on topic also, like what you were saying about, you know, obfuscating away like the blockchain crypto mentioned. Like, I think when you look at like the venture environment right now, it's going to be really interesting because I feel like so many startups are just like, all right, well, let's just like figure out some kind of Web3 strategy, and then we can, you know, add a very nice multiple to our valuation from VCs. And I think like the further you get out of the hype, the less you see like the, you know, .xyz and like some of these things that are just like really signifiers of the like buzzwords. You know, stuff starts to get a little bit more real, and like that was something that, you know, people who are backing AI startups or something, like that's been completely removed from like the branding of them. It's just how the technology works.
Yeah, speaking of AI, apparently the word on the street is all the VCs are moving away from Web3 to AI, so.
I question whether that's true, but I also...
I'm not gonna believe it. I saw Alex tweet that, our editor-in-chief, and I'm like, no, that's not true.
Why?
TC Plus editor-in-chief. I don't know, because it's like, you could invest in certain sectors and still have like a plethora of it in the others. Just because like some people are hyper focused on AI doesn't mean that Web3 investments are also disappearing.
The party is not over. You heard it here first.
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like it's like, this is odd, but like when like the Falcon 9 like heavy or whatever launch happened where they like launched that car into space, everyone was just like, all right, let's talk about space and all this stuff. I feel like when OpenAI...
I forgot about that.
Yeah, when like whatever that project that just came out where it like generates a short video based on like a text input, I feel like all the VCs were like, this is where I'm going to put all of my money into things that enable this. And, you know, I get it, because like cryptos, you know, it's not necessarily fun to see all your portfolio companies take huge valuation haircuts or like, you know, something happen to that off paper.
There's definitely been a shift in priorities. So I'll share, you know, where I think money is going to flow. And for me, I think it's going to be crypto infrastructure. I think right now is, you know, as cliche as it sounds, genuinely a good time to build. And a lot of that, it's on the back end, right? Like we're not going to be, or I guess people in crypto are not going to be building these consumer-facing apps right now, but we're seeing a lot of these solutions, like custody solutions, still get funded. A deal I heard about recently was like a crypto accounting software. I know that's not quite infrastructure, but it's still like the sort of behind-the-scenes stuff that it takes to actually make crypto products that people like. And I feel like if, you know, crypto companies can kind of use this time and use this downturn to like tighten that up and get their act together and improve security and improve the infrastructure behind everything, then that'll leave them well positioned. Like if crypto, you know, sort of ends up blowing up and consumers get excited about it again.
Yeah, the security side of things, like on the infrastructure side, it seems like really needs some work during the bear cycle. Like there've been so many DeFi hacks like last week. Like there's just so much happening.
Yeah, well, and Jackie, you mentioned BNY getting into custody, right?
Yeah, and I think like I'm definitely with you on this. I feel like every single investor I speak to says how a lot of the money they're investing is going towards infrastructure. And we both laughed when she said it's time to build, because we've heard that saying like a million times.
Oh, Marky Mark.
But like in order to make things better, like what do you need? You need to build. Like, and it's not sexy. Infrastructure isn't sexy, but it is important to scale and get to that quote unquote like first billion users that crypto claims they want.
Right.
So I'm with you on
I'm
that.
cracking up because I'm thinking about last night I met an investor and he made a really good point. He was like, you know, you crypto people are like always going to conferences. how does anyone have time to build anything? Like, you're always at a party, always on a boat somewhere. Like, that's what the industry is doing. I don't understand how they have time to actually build these startups, but I guess that is
It's all about
why.
the networking. Yeah.
Okay, right. Whatever you want to call it, Jackie.
Yeah.
But no, I think that's why it's all these sort of back-end applications that are seeing a lot of attention.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to wrap so abruptly, but we are out of time. I want to thank everybody for tuning in and listening. This was great.
Yeah.
Thank
Peace
you.
out. We love you all.
your attention, please welcome TechCrunch senior climate writer Tim Deschamps, Ruth Fox Blader, partner at Anthemis, and Tejo Kote, founder and CEO, Airbase.
All right, thank you for joining us, everyone. We've got a great Q&A session here. If you need to submit questions on Slido, we should have a QR code up there if you haven't seen it already. It should be popping up on occasion. So we're going to be discussing today how to compete without losing your mind or your bank account. And one of the things I want to get to right away is this idea about competing against large incumbents. And I guess one of the questions is, when do you know when to compete and when to partner?
So when you're talking to about a large incumbent in our space, I guess that would be folks like Amex and others. We just made it a core part of our strategy to partner, right? So Amex is actually a small investor in Airbase. We are working with them in a variety of initiatives, some of which hopefully we'll be able to talk about more over time. But that's kind of one way to think about not even being in the headlights or crossroads with large incumbents, is to figure out an opportunity to just partner.
Sure.
And that's what we have done. Right?
Yeah. Was there a moment, you say, when you kind of knew it was better to partner?
No, look, of course, that has to be baked into your strategy from day one. As kind of context for those of you who may not be familiar with Airbase, we're a spend management platform focused on mid-market businesses. And what that means is, businesses spend money, and you typically use lots of different systems to do that. Airbase brings together all of the non-payroll spending that happens in a business into one platform. AP bill payments, corporate cards, expense reimbursements. Instead of having many different systems for all of that, you kind of consolidate in one place. So that's what we do. And in our case, we've always looked at the opportunity ahead of us, not through a fintech lens, because we are a B2B SaaS and a fintech business. We kind of provide rich workflow support in our platform, but we also move a lot of money, and we have embedded payments in the platform. But we have always strategically thought of ourselves as a SaaS company first and a fintech company second, right? So it's really answering that question: what is core to what you do? What is the identity of your business? How do you want your customers to perceive you? What is the value that you are providing to your customers? And if it's really core to what you do, yeah, you either compete and you don't have an option around that. But if it's not, then you find the opportunities to partner with big company, small company, incumbent or not, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, yeah. Ruth, what do you say to founders who are trying to take on an incumbent?
So I think that if you're building a real challenger brand, don't forget the brand. I think that a lot of founders come from the perspective of really having a superior technology and a superior user experience, and both of those things are incredibly important. Typically, someone who is focused on the brand isn't a first hire at an early stage company. And while you don't need to necessarily make a hire, I think it's incredibly important to remember that particularly in the space that I invest in, which is financial services space, this is really a sector which relies on trust, and brand is incredibly important. And so, yeah, just remember that as you're challenging, your brand is incredibly important.
Yeah. Tejo, I think this one is directed to you. What do you think about Divvy's partnership with Amex Small Business Cards business?
Yeah, so it's early stages. Amex is a big company, and they tend to partner with lots of providers, right? And we are at a different stage of partnership with them. We are in the process of rolling out specific offerings. We are not exclusive to any given company. We don't expect any of our partners to be exclusive, to us, and that's just not how it works. But ultimately, the approach we take is there a good, joint, compelling story to be told, right? Because you want to have those conversations up front with any partner. What's in it for you? What's in it for me, right? What is your strategic rationale for doing this? What is our strategic rationale for doing this? What do you hope to take away? What do we hope to take away? You've got to have those conversations as early as possible in kind of the partnership discussion. And we've done those things with Amex, and we have kind of jointly making the investments because we have specific plans in terms of the kind of customer we want to target, the kind of value that we want to deliver to existing Amex customers, all of that kind of stuff. Early days, we don't have a huge amount to talk about that in public just yet, but hopefully there's a lot more that we will be talking about at the right time, right?
Yeah, great. Ruth, I've got another question here from the audience. Should you approach an investor with the idea or MVP, or should you try to get the product ready to go before seeking any funding?
That really depends on the stage that the investor focuses on. I think it's really important to do a bit of research about, let's say what the investor majors in. Sometimes investors will make exceptions for projects that they feel particularly passionately about, but typically investors who work in normal venture capital funds have a mandate for that fund, and they're not going to depart from that mandate. I would say at the earliest stages, business angels are really great investors. Not only do they provide capital, but they also can be really fantastic at making connections. And so, if you have the opportunity to access some of that angel capital initially, that can be really helpful to build a couple of proof points. But typically, most investors will communicate about where they expect the business to be when they look at it, and what their criteria are for investing in companies, how they define what stage it is. It's a little bit complex now because there has been quite a bit of valuation inflation, and so, it's like, oh, is that a seed round or was that a, Series D? Sometimes it can be hard to tell, but typically it's very important to just understand the individual investor's mandate.
Yeah, another quick one, Ruth. Question about focusing on the brand. Someone's wanting to know if, for an early stage startup, are there 4 or 5 things you might focus on to create a brand?
Probably better to ask someone who is, there are so many amazing branding experts. I would say the company's values need to shine through. And really the brand is about, much more than the logo and, and the look and feel. It's really like the language and helping a customer feel at home. I would say some of the obvious mistakes that I see my companies make would be, creating a website where the customer group that you're targeting isn't represented. It's like people should go to, your kind of digital properties and understand that they belong there. And that's kind of a language thing. That's a sort of what are the stock images that you're using. Really thinking through is the ethos and the utility of the community being, or of the company being communicated everywhere possible.
Yeah, Tejo, I've got another one here from the audience. Do you think any business card or spend management will ever be able to challenge Amex's corporate card or small business card portfolios?
Yeah, so let me step back a bit in terms of thesis for us as a whole. Like I said, the fundamental problem we are trying to solve is to say there are too many silos, even small businesses for sure, even in mid-market businesses, in terms of where money is spent. If you look at every persona in the business that somehow is involved with how money is spent, finance and accounting teams, absolutely, but then every employee at some shape or form is spending money, right? You're claiming reimbursements and you're placing a request to go buy some software, and there are any number of use cases. And ultimately, our goal is to bring all of those non-payroll spending workflows and money movement into a single platform. And it is a good question to ask, hey, there have been these incumbents for a while, and what about them? What are they going to do about it? And the opportunity for startups like us is when there are shifts in what's possible in the market. And one of the interesting things that has happened in the last 5 years is access to financial infrastructure has become much easier, right? Companies like us can issue cards. Companies like us can more easily hold and move money through banks. And that kind of infrastructure level has matured quite a bit, which has made possible startups like Airbase. But having said that, I would argue it's also being commoditized, right? So those same primitives, every company has access to. So if all you're doing is issuing cards and saying, I'm going to compete on the basis of giving you more cash back, I'm going to compete on the basis of giving you a slightly larger line of credit, I don't know if in the long term that's enough of an advantage, right? So our focus has always been to say, focus on slightly larger companies, mid-market, early enterprise, 100 to a few thousand employees. They care a lot more about workflows. They care about how the glue comes together in terms of connecting the workflows from an employee's perspective, approvers, finance and accounting people, all that kind of stuff. And so workflows matter. And we charge for, think of it like project management software. Like spending money is in many ways a collaboration problem, right? And so how do you think of it more from that perspective? And also, when it becomes a software problem, there are workflows associated with corporate cards too, right? Like that's kind of a sub-thesis for us, is that the corporate card of the future is going to be a software product. It's going to be a software workflow product. It's not going to be a piece of plastic that you put in an envelope and you mail to your employees. And the bigger question to ask is, are some of the incumbents, the traditional corporate card providers like the banks and all of them, are they in a position to become software companies and software workflow companies as the shift in expectation happens among customers, and is there where you can add value? So that's kind of the unique angle that we bring to the table. And I'd like to think with some of the partnerships we have that we've announced already, the people in those larger companies see and are asking themselves the same questions, right? And that's how we have approached it.
So you'd say along those lines that you're seeing yourself more as complementary to what Amex is offering, where you're maybe filling in some of the gaps that they might not be seeing in these mid-market businesses.
In the sense that if you believe that thesis, that the corporate card of the future is a software workflow product, right? Because a huge pain point for companies that spend money on cards, and if you've been in that position, especially if you're on the finance and accounting side of the house in businesses, you realize that it's easy for employees to share cards and numbers in Slack, card numbers in Slack, and shared cards in 1Password, and there are always surprises at the end of the month when you get a statement. Who the hell spent this? Who has access to that card? And no control, no visibility. You can go from that world to a very good software-driven workflow. Hey, make it a very simple request process. I'm going to place a request as an employee, and the right people are going to approve it. And once all the approvals are done, you can create a specific, say, virtual card with all the right limits placed on it. You only get access to that card number and not a card with a much bigger limit on it. And then as transactions are happening on those cards, you can automate away how it's all categorized and synced into the general ledger to help with the monthly close process. That's a workflow, right? That's a software product. And the instrument of the card and the 16 digits that you ultimately go to a merchant's website and put in, that's like a very small detail of the larger workflow around spend that has to happen in the business. And so that's the approach that we have always taken. And while we issue our own cards, strategically, we don't think that is super important in terms of the larger problem that we solve. And I've never wanted to compete in the corporate card wars, right? And as the financial infrastructure, issuing infrastructure has been commoditized, my belief has always been that you got to go to the next level and compete at the software layer. And that's why we're more than happy to partner with any other card issuer as long as our strategies align and we're not directly competing. And that's what some of the partnerships we have are all about.
Yeah, so related to partnerships, there's another question from the audience. Have you thought about partnering with people outside, companies outside of corporate card issuers, accounting firms, for example?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We have an entire VP level person who's a key part of our go-to-market team and VP of business development. And we have efforts around building channel and partnerships in a variety of areas, right? So obviously some of these banking partnerships are one of them. NetSuite and Intacct are really good, strong partners of ours because we integrate deeply with those general ledgers. And pretty much every customer who signs up with us, not pretty much, every one of them, they have a general ledger. Right. A core part of our value proposition is that we integrate with those general ledgers. And so not just NetSuite and Intacct, but the ecosystem of players who operate in their ecosystem. They're large established companies, so they can be channel partners for us. Accounting firms, as long as they serve a specific size of customer, can be a good fit for us. So we absolutely long-term think about channel and partnerships and the role that can play in generating pipeline for us as we kind of pursue our growth goals.
Yeah. Ruth, along those lines, when you're thinking about this for your portfolio companies, and maybe they come to you and they say, we're looking to expand, we're looking to develop new lines of business, work with new companies, other partnerships. What kind of advice do you give them?
I think that what we really try to do is assess if the potential partnership is a distraction or if it's going to help us to achieve our core goals. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's okay.
And so, we have a limited amount of capital, we have a limited amount of intellectual resource, and ultimately we understand what our short and long-term goals are, and if these partnerships can help us to achieve them, then we say go for it.
So are there, in a case like this, if we're thinking there's accounting firms, there's corporate cards, are there other places that you might direct a startup to head?
So I will not direct my startups to do anything.
Gotcha.
They know the market much better than I do. If they need my help, we're in trouble. Just kidding. So, there could be all manner of interesting partnership opportunities. Where we really look to do good work in the fintech space is we think about underwriting advantage, we think about product advantage, and we think about distribution advantage. Anyone who can help us in any one of those ways, is a potential candidate. I would say at the earliest stages, integration of new partners can cost more than it yields, and it's very often difficult to assess both that cost side and what will be yielded. So any de-risking that we can do around either of those sides of the equation is something that we'll look to do. We'll think very critically about.
Yeah, Tejo, how did you go about that process when you were considering the Amex partnership?
Look, not just the Amex partnership, but any partnership and the channel in general.
Yeah.
Ruth is absolutely right that you should always account for it to take much longer than you even came in thinking in the most kind of pessimistic way, right? Because it takes a really long time for you to start seeing results typically, right? And you should think of it as planting a seed today where you might not see the fruits of that investment for 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. And the way we think about that is in the investments that we are making, what is the pipeline contribution that we need? And given the pace at which we are growing, if you want to add a certain amount of pipeline that is doubling, tripling every year, hey, that is really hard to do 2 years out, 3 years out. So you got to be planting seeds today and developing new channels of demand. It may take that long, but you got to invest in that now. And the hardest thing to do and to be disciplined about is to kind of set aside that money when you're not seeing returns today, and it's lowering your efficiency from a go-to-market perspective overall. You got to have faith at some level, right? That may come from experience, that may come from examples of other similar companies that have built those channels after investing over a period of time. But you got to have that faith at some level. And at earlier stage companies, it really tends to be a board level decision down, where is this something we want to invest in? Because chances are you're not going to see results for a good while, and you have to be okay with that, right?
Yeah. Well, I think we're just about out of time, so I want to thank the audience for excellent questions, and thank you, Tejo and Ruth. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
May I have your attention? Please welcome TechCrunch reporter Hayayan Camps and Emanu Hariharan, Managing Director, YC Continuity at Y Combinator.
Hello, everybody. It's almost like we have a full room because people want to know how you get into Y Combinator.
That's
Funny
great.
that.
That's really good.
Yeah, well, that's why we're here.
Yes.
So I'm joined here with Anu, who is part of the fund that invests into later stage Y Combinator companies.
Yes, that's right. So I help lead our growth fund called YC Continuity, which doubles down in YC's companies.
You guys have a lot to double down on.
That is true. I often say we are privileged or humbled by the opportunity to partner with some of the amazing YC founders.
Yeah, I love it. There's a QR code down here somewhere. Please ask questions. I am just here to look pretty and to further these questions. I'm also sitting here with a little phone that actually gets your questions, so I'm not texting my mom, although she would probably love that. Well, we have some questions already, so I don't even have to use my prepared questions. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
What is the most important question you look at in the Y Combinator application?
Oh, I think that if you ask different YC partners, there will be different, preferences in terms of what is their favorite question. My personal favorite is actually 2 or 3. I think one is really hard. One is how long have you known your co-founder? It tells a lot about how much trust and how long of a duration have you spent with the co-founder, and not just in sense of time, but like the depth of the relationship. The other thing that's my personal favorite is what's something that you have hacked on outside of the current startup idea, and there are some really interesting answers, and that kind of tells about how resourceful the founders are.
Would you tell me one of your favorite side hustles, side hacks?
One of my favorite side hacks. Well, there was this founder that had, I think, exploited the flight points in so many different ways without having ever collected enough miles to be on loyalty or any sort of premium, and yet got business class all pretty much free, and for almost 10 to 15 flights.
People do that for a lot of stuff. It's wonderful. Another question here. Are solo founders always a no-go?
That's not true at all. We do fund solo founders, but I think the important takeaway, and especially now I've been at YC almost close to 7 years, I can tell you that it's really hard to build a company as a solo founder. So there's a reason why we encourage founders to have at least one co-founder. It's a battle of wills, and if your startup is successful, you're going to be building it for 10, 20, 30 years, and it's really hard to go through that journey alone. So we strongly recommend that founders find a co-founder, but we have funded founders who are solo founders.
Yeah, I've done a bunch of companies myself, and I find just for continuity purposes, right? Sometimes somebody just needs a break or needs some downtime for medical reasons or whatever. Having somebody who's been there from the beginning is so powerful.
Not even, that's true, but just not even that. I always say it's a roller coaster. And the highs are high and the lows are really low, and both can happen on the same day. And you just need someone that you trust. You can have a conversation when you're low. Hopefully they'll lift you up, and when they're low, you'll lift them up. So that's really what a great co-founding team looks like. And if you can have that, that's a big plus.
Love that. Another really good question here. How much money do you need to raise before you get into Y Combinator?
Oh, no, zero. Actually, most of the applications just have an idea. They haven't even launched. They haven't raised any money. They don't have traction. We, in fact, would say you don't need to have raised any money. We prefer, I would even go first to say, we prefer that you haven't raised any money and you're at the very early stage of starting a company.
Thank you. Does a referral help you get an interview with Y Combinator?
Absolutely not. That's the reason we have an application. We do not like referral. I wouldn't say it's a negative, but we don't pay any attention to it or give it extra signal. Now, if once in a while a YC founder says very strongly or gives a very strong referral because they've worked with that person, okay, that helps, but I would say a large portion of our founders had no referrals coming in.
Yeah. So you guys built a whole system to kind of deal with all those applications, right? Because I think you get more than 1 or 2 per cohort.
Yes, more than 1 or 2. That's a few hundreds of them. Yes.
1,000, yeah.
The whole reason we had the YC application is, one, we just wanted people to tell us what we were looking for. It's such a stark difference from the Series A pitch or any of the subsequent pitches that you do, because You put together a pitch deck, no firm tells you what they're looking for. And we just said, wow, that sounds bizarre. We know what we are looking for, just let's ask that in the application, so just write it out. And a large portion of our sort of selection process is really around, is there some sort of founder market fit? Is there at least one technical founder, co-founder? Because we think that's what it takes to start shipping at a high velocity and test it out during those 12 weeks and launch the product. And so it has nothing to do with referral. And we don't want it to be that way. In fact, we don't want this to be a closed network. So you should be able to get into YC without having to know anyone in the YC team or any YC founder.
I sat through makes it sound very negative. I enjoyed the demo day this year, and even just at that scale, it's just an incredible number of super high quality companies that come out the other side. How good are they when they go in? Or what is the delta from the beginning to the end of the program?
Yeah, so I think, first of all, the selection process itself is pretty stringent, right? Our acceptance rate is less than 2%. So the fact is, the fact that they made it itself means they stood out of the rest of the applicant pool. Their application was clear, the idea is good. But in many cases, I don't remember the exact percentage, but a significant percentage haven't launched. So in those 12 weeks, what the group partners are working with them is essentially getting them to launch, talk to customers, and figure out what is the use case, what is that early sign of business model, right? Those are only the two things that they're tweaking. So a large portion of them launched during YC.
Yeah, no, I love that. What's the number one drawback of going through YC as a founder?
Well, I think...
It wasn't me. Somebody in this room.
I don't know what is the drawback. I'm very biased. I think YC is one of the best institutions you could go to. You should ask other founders.
Very good answer. What's the biggest red flag you see on YC applications or in the interview process?
Red flag, I'd say two common red flags. One, actually, I think Dalton Caldwell, who was at TechCrunch a couple of years ago, touched on this, which is you are starting a company just because that's the hottest thing right now, which is, a year ago it was crypto. Maybe now it's something in AI. And that you can see through the application because, he calls it the tar pit idea because you haven't really flushed it out. You just know there are a lot of investors interested in investing in that space, and the application is so blurred. Like, we cannot even understand what is the idea, what is that product, even though you have not built it. So that's number one. That's one of the most common things. Or, we look, I wouldn't call it red flag, but a yellow to red flag. We try to test it out. The second red flag is explicitly lying. Don't lie. It's just say whatever you are building on. And sometimes, not too often, but once in a while, we do see there is a big disconnect in what they said in the application versus what they're actually doing.
3 weeks into the lockdown, I ended up launching a virtual events platform. I am that founder, basically. But that's why I'm back on stage, not a founder anymore. This is, it happens a lot where people go, oh, this is the next cool thing. But I think it actually goes to something you said earlier, which is the founder market fit, right? Like somebody who has a really deep understanding of a particular industry or market dynamic has a much higher chance of being successful as a founder. And I imagine that's actually the extension of what we're talking about here. Like, if you are a fair weather founder or somebody who kind of goes with the flows, you probably don't have that founder market fit.
Exactly. Like, I always use Christina from Vanta as an example. Like, would we have known 5 years ago that Christina was the founder to start a real-time SOT, SOC 2 compliance product? Probably not. But look at her background. When she came to YC, she basically said, I worked on Dropbox Paper. While I was working in Dropbox, every SOC 2 compliance was so painful. I went and asked other companies and 30 other product managers, did they face the same problem? And that's how the idea came, right? And they hadn't launched. I mean, they were just in the very early innings when they were going through YC. But for us, that's founder market fit, right? So we're not asking like, hey, have you spent 10 years in SOC 2 compliance? But it was a problem you experienced in some role, and you've kind of tested it as whether it's a problem with at least 30 to 40 other teams. We have some sense for that, and you're technical enough to solve it, right? That's kind of what we mean by founder market fit.
Yeah, totally. And I think it's actually interesting, as sitting here as somebody from TechCrunch, we're a little bit complicit in that, right? We do a lot of writing about Elon Musk. who's done I don't know how many companies and God knows how many different fields. You're like, there cannot be perfect founder market fit in all of these. And I imagine that if you get, he probably wouldn't apply to Y Combinator, but if he did, you ended up with an application that is like, you're all over the place. What's going on?
So I would, actually a great example of that is Blake, the founder of Boom, right? He is a YC founder. So Blake's background, for those of you that don't know, he actually started a company in the coupon space in e-commerce. He sold it to Groupon, that has also worked at Amazon. And then here is a guy who is building supersonic jets. But the amount of work he had done, put in to understand the space, what was going to be different about the supersonic jet this time that he's building. He also has had a passion for flying planes and deeply understands this, was very evident in the application.
Yeah.
And so then we knew that this was a battle of wills. He also had started the company a year before he went through YC, and he had sort of enough proof points in the application that he had deep understanding of the space. So we did accept him.
Yeah, thank you. How much weight do you typically place on kind of IP rights, so pending or issued patent filings and that kind of thing as part of
We don't. I just think that people tend to, especially founders sometimes over-rotate on this, thinking a patent is going to kill the company or IP is going to kill the company. Those things never kill the company. In our experience, internal disputes and ignoring customers, the single biggest reason companies die, not because a competitor launched, not because of IP. So we don't.
I was just saying, there are way more efficient ways of killing companies than IP. Does Y Combinator ever fund startups that aren't deeply software based?
That are
not deeply software based. You just mentioned Boom, so I guess we kind of.
Yeah, no, I don't think. I think what we've funded probably more than 3,500 companies, so we've definitely funded all the outliers that you can imagine. I think that when we say deeply software, that's like hard tech. But as I said, like what we are looking for is when I say technical co-founder, it's not just software founder. Like, do you have domain expertise in whatever you're doing? So in bio, it would be something deep in bio. And have you demonstrated that you can work on products like that, which especially require FDA clearance? In the case of hard tech, it's like, do you have deep understanding of the hard science that's behind it? So that's kind of how we look. Now, there is a certain element we use, which is like, we should also be, as YC, able to help them in those 12 weeks. So we use that lens. So if it's totally an outlier and we don't understand, sorry about that, we don't understand, then, we may not be the right fit and we may not get it either. So we are very transparent with the founders then.
Yeah. So in this app, there's a feature where people can upvote questions. And now the top one is in all caps.
Okay.
I'm going to try and not shout it, but it says, what happens in the elusive 12 weeks at YC?
Well, actually, it's like, you ask a YC founder before they go through YC, and they have this impression of what happens in 12 weeks. And after demo day, whenever I asked them, what do you think happened in 12 weeks? They were like, oh, man, I didn't know this was what was going to happen. So what happens in the 12 weeks is essentially, look, there are only two things we want you to do. Write code, talk to users. That's it. It's as disciplined as that. And we divide you into groups. So there are about 4 groups. You have a peer group. Every 2 weeks, you have a group officer check-in with the group partners and the rest of the group. You also do lots of officers with the group partners. But really, in that 12 weeks, our goal as partners is get you to focus. Focus is launch. Launch, why are you waiting? Perfect is the enemy of the good. Get to a launch. Have you at least recruited 100 users? What's their feedback? If it's B2B SaaS, probably 10 users, right? So depending on the product, it's different. What did you learn from them? Okay, if it's really working well, can you scale? Can you make it from 10 to 30 users next week? So that's really what's going on. And when I ask founders at the start of the batch, they think there's going to be this whole programming and there's lots of parties. No. Write code, talk to users, get ready for demo day at the end of 12 weeks. That's it.
I love the simplicity. We should just do more of that. I love that. I think I know the answer to this, but I want to ask you anyway. Is it better to prove out an idea and then apply, or apply as early as you possibly can?
There is no right time to apply, so I would apply. We've accepted all forms of teams with ideas which they pivot. We have a lot of pivots. I mean, you guys are going to hear from Brex next, which had applied as a VR startup into YC, and that's how we took them in. We believe in strong teams. Teams come first. We do want to test a little bit of the founder market idea. And what we are really testing there is this a tar pit idea? Do they really understand what they're doing? Sometimes when we accept teams, we tell them, we don't like your idea. Would you be open to a pivot? Because we don't think you actually have deep domain expertise. So we do that too. So I would say apply at the first instance you think you want to start. And by the way, the other truth is we've accepted companies that apply the second and third time. In fact, a good portion of YC companies that get in come in at the second and third time because they've kind of done at least 2 iterations of their idea.
Mm-hmm. And so when you ask somebody to pivot, does that mean pivoting from their idea into their domain expertise? Or
Yeah.
like what does a pivot request look like?
I mean, so basically, for example, Brex is a great example, right? They came in as a virtual reality startup. And we thought they're amazing founders that built Stripe for Brazil. They know fintech, and they're doing virtual reality. So we said, would you be open to a pivot? Now, of course, really good founders often say, yes, if this doesn't work, we're open to a pivot. But it's not like they walk in day one and we say, you have to pivot. It's kind of, the founder has to own the idea. I think within 3 weeks of them starting, they realized they had no clue about hardware. And they said, OK, this is not the company we should work on. And then they started brainstorming fintech ideas. So that's a pivot.
And it worked out.
Yes. I mean, Gusto was a pivot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of successful YC companies that were a pivot during the batch.
Yeah. But I think that speaks to you having a particular, you as in Y Combinator, having a particular strength for picking the kind of founders who are showing promise, right? And showing, like, what is that X factor? What is the thing that makes you go, actually, love the founders, hate the product, try over kind of thing?
Yeah. I think that if you think about it, the number one, and PG has written about this, the number one thing a founder needs to succeed is determination. Mm-hmm. It's not intelligence, actually. It's more determination. Now, of course, they need to have domain knowledge, and it needs to translate into execution. But determination solves a lot more problems. So that's what we are really testing for in both the application and the interview process. If you look at our interview, we don't ask you to come pitch your company again. We've already read your application, and the questions are hard questions. And so what we are looking for there is, we know as a founder you don't have the answers to everything. And so, and most founders, almost all founders are optimists. But when can they be rational and say, oh, that's a good question and I don't know the answer to that, or I need to double click on that and learn along the way? Because the most important thing is a combination of determination and resourcefulness to learn along the way to scale, because there's going to be a lot of surprises in your journey. So that's what we are testing for.
I love that. As somebody who's not particularly intelligent, but very stubborn, I feel like you just gave me some hope there into it. Will Y Combinator ever go back to being in person?
We are in person. Ding. So the last batch actually had significant in-person component. In fact, we just announced the next batch will also be in person. So we do have a big in-person component. We have a weekly Thursday meeting where the founders meet regularly on a weekly basis, and we started that since the last batch.
Yeah, love it. What level of feedback do you give on rejections or people who don't make it to the end of the application process?
So one thing YC really has, I think, strives to do, not just on the early stage, we do that even at Continuity, is we are very honest with feedback. There's no sugarcoating. We tell you, ask us what we think. We are going to be wrong many times, but at least we are very honest whenever we say what the exact issue is. I think when it comes to application, pretty much everybody gets feedback. Sometimes the feedback may sound dissatisfying, but the reality is we get more than 15,000 applications. And so if that clarity in that application as to why you're working on the idea and the composition of the team doesn't exist, the middle of the pack can find our feedback frustrating. We hear that. But it's just simply that. I wouldn't read into it more than that. Like the really clear applications automatically surface to the top.
Mm-hmm. For TechCrunch, I do the pitch deck teardown. So I look at a lot of pitch decks. And it's so incredibly obvious if there's a good pitch there. There can be mistakes. There can be like quirks. But if it's good, it's good. And it's like, it shouts, basically.
Yes.
We only have a few seconds left, but I have a question here that I know the answer to, so I'm going to ask you anyway. Do you fund startups from Southeast Asia or developing countries, or do people have to be in the US?
No. In fact, I think more than 40% of the last batch, the most recent batch, was from outside the US. We fund companies from everywhere. We have a lot of companies from Southeast Asia. I think our second largest applicant pool is actually India. We've funded lots of startups in LATAM, so no, YC is global.
I could sit and talk to you and ask you questions all day, but we're out of time. Thank you for being a wonderful audience, for sending me way more questions than I know what to do with. Have a beautiful day.
Oh, no problem.